네, 여러분
Good afternoon. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to the second day of Kaia Square Lounge 2024. So, following yesterday, I would like to once again thank you all for your participation. And it is a great pleasure to meet you again. I am the MC for the second day, and my name is Cho Hye-jin. Great pleasure to meet you once again. So before we jump into the presentations, I would like to make a housekeeping announcement. So on your seats, you would be able to see the translation receiver device. And if you are to be in use of the interpretation, please turn the power on and put on the receiver on your ear. Channel 1 for Korean, English for channel 2, and Japanese is set as channel 3. And if you have any technical issues, please raise your hand and we would be of assistance. And afterwards, we would like to ask you to please leave them on your seats upon departure. Now we will start the second day of Kaia Square Lounge 2024 with a big round of applause. Okay, through the screen, we will be meeting the presenters of the Asia's Gateway to Web3 session. First, Kaia D8ne Foundation VP of Marketing, John Cho, Tiger Research CEO, Daniel Kim, K300 Ventures Managing Partner, Sun Ho, Line Genesis Director / COO, Yoneyama Yusuke, Google Cloud Web3 Solution Architect, Effie Lin, Good Gang Labs CEO An Do-kyung and Bitcoup Group Business Partner Manager Yuta Tanirat will be presenting different kind of insights. And after all these sessions, we will jump into a panel discussion to engage in in-depth discussion as well. Now we will start the first presentation of Asia's Gateway to Web3, which will be delivered by Kaia D8ne Foundation VP of Marketing John Cho under the topic of Regional Composability, Global Expansion in Web3. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello everyone, good afternoon, GA. My name is John Cho. I am the VP of Marketing at the Kaia Foundation. So not only welcome to KSL 2024, but welcome to Seoul, welcome to KBW. Anyone here that is like the first time in Korea, Seoul, Seongsoo, anyone? All right, you're a repeat visitor, so I don't have to tell you how amazing this location is, how lucky we were to secure this space for KSL 2024 this year. So yeah, without further ado, I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes to discuss something that isn't really discussed too much in these kind of events and conferences and whatnot. So what I'm going to be discussing is our approach and business strategy when it comes to global expansion. Because in the Web3 space, we always talk about global expansion, but a lot of the time, we're not really sure what exactly we mean when we say global expansion, right? Because apparently, blockchain technology is meant to be borderless, it's, permissionless, it's immutable, so there shouldn't be any kind of human factor associated with blockchain. And borders, countries, nations, cultures, languages, that's all a part of being a human, right? So why does that have to be a consideration in our industry when, again, our technology is meant to be immutable, permissionless, trustless? Well, the answer is simple. It's because blockchain technology, yes, it is borderless, it is beyond culture, it is immutable and so on, but people aren't. That's the biggest difference. People are immutable. People do have permissions. People cannot trade or transfer or store value in a trustless way. Because we're humans at the end of the day. So that human factor needs to be taken into consideration, especially when you look at blockchain from a business perspective. And so that's what I wanted to kind of share with you today. So I have now 8 minutes. That's nowhere near enough time to go in depth into this, but I want to give you a high level perspective, like a 1,000-foot view of our strategy when it comes to global expansion. So first, what is global expansion in blockchain? Well, the TLDR is think composability. Let's kind of take a step back. So when we think global expansion, normally it's setting up an office overseas, or this is the kind of picture we normally have, right? But global expansion in Web3 is obviously very different to global expansion in Web2 and traditional corporate legacy industries. So before we kind of like dive deep into what global expansion means for the crypto space and Web3 space, let's take a step back and just look at what is the biggest benefit of blockchain tech. I mean, we're all here, we're part of the industry, we all use blockchain tech every day, you know, in our products, personally and so on, but what is like the biggest benefit of blockchain tech? What contributions has blockchain tech made to the world? Well, for me, this is kind of like a personal take. I mean, the fact that it's decentralized, it's trustless, and it's interoperable is one of my biggest kind of like, you know, personal takes on what blockchain has contributed to the world. So of these three qualities, what we've been able to create from this is money Legos, right? I mean, I'm assuming since you're all here because you're a part of the industry, so I'm going to assume that you understand what money Legos are. Money Legos for me has been one of the most underrated, under-discussed, most revolutionary aspects of blockchain. That, again, it's being really undersold because I think money Lego is what makes the backbone of ecosystems. People don't give DeFi enough credit, especially these days. I mean, you know what, like Vitalik, you know, his whole tweet about DeFi and stuff. But without DeFi, we wouldn't have the ecosystems we have. And for me, the reason why DeFi has become a backbone is because we were able to create money Legos, right? You know, money Legos, sorry, let me just, yeah. So money Legos are basically, if you're not familiar with the concept, you know, you have different protocols. So you have like a lending protocol, you have a swap protocol, you have like, I don't know what else, like a restaking protocol. The great thing about blockchain is, especially if you are within like a certain, you know, virtual machine, all of these different protocols has the ability to communicate each other, which helps us unify liquidity, unify users, and so on. So this permissionless, trustless way of being able to interoperate between protocols, I think is the biggest game changer that blockchain has brought to the world, right? And all of this is made possible because of composability. So long story short, personally, I think composability is the biggest benefit of blockchain tech and is the biggest contribution that blockchain tech will make to the world eventually. But it's undersold because you know why? We all work for different projects. So I want my project to succeed, you know, right? You know, and there are competing projects out there. But ultimately, you know, as corny as this may sound, for your project to succeed, the industry has to succeed. So personally, you know, I just wanted to take this time to kind of like emphasize the importance of providing like an open source platform and project in order to facilitate composability. And facilitating composability is always a good thing. Anyway, composability. So yeah, I mean, you know, composability is the ability to, you know, seamlessly, you know, facilitate, you know, like a unified ecosystem. So it maximizes scalability, utility, and liquidity. So ultimately what composability is, it's the act of optimization. So like AI technology, all this stuff that's coming out, ultimately the end game for AI, it's nothing really new, to be honest. Like, you know, AI isn't bringing anything new to the stage. It's optimizing existing aspects of life. It's optimizing the ability for you to research. It's optimizing the ability for you to draw like weird meme pictures and stuff like that. So all the new technology coming in these days, when you think about it, it's nothing about like it's not bringing something new to the table. It's about optimization, and that's what composability does. It optimizes your ecosystem. It optimizes liquidity. It optimizes, you know, scalability because you have that ability to interoperate with each other in a permissionless and trustless way. So why am I talking about composability? Well, for us, global expansion is very similar. So you have your money Legos, right? For us, we have our money Legos in our DeFi sector, obviously, but also we look at regions as regional Legos because each region has its own specific characteristic and function within the whole ecosystem. By the way, just quick heads up to the operation team. I'm going to be way over time, so I'm sorry. Like, apologies in advance. But yeah, regional Legos for us. The reason why we're approaching regional expansion in a way that maybe you would approach a DeFi ecosystem is because, again, each region has its own very unique characteristic, differences, functions within the overall ecosystem, especially in Asia, because the cultural differences are so great despite, the geographical kind of like locations. So for us, when we approach global expansion, we approach it in a way that we refer to as regional composability. We just don't want to be like, oh, let's expand it to Japan, let's expand to Taiwan. There seems to be a lot of liquidity here, so let's try and leverage that. So we'll send the troops into Japan and stuff like that. You have to be smart about it. Because again, at the end of the day, it's all about optimization. So regional composability, like composability with money logos in DeFi, is basically the act of, I'll just read this. Global expansion in Web3 combines different regional strengths and market strategies to build a unified, robust, adaptable global presence. So basically saying, let's be smart about our expansion. So how do you do this? Why do you do this? Well, at the end of the day, it's all about resources. So this is direct kind of first party kind of objective data that I was able to kind of obtain just from talking to a ton of people. So whenever I'm in Singapore or Vietnam or wherever, and I'm talking to especially when I talk to my peers in the growth sector and the marketing sector, a lot of the common kind of challenges to effective expansion is a lack of a local network, lack of visibility, cultural and communication bottlenecks, regulatory hurdles. So again, blockchain tech is meant to be borderless, it's meant to be beyond culture, but the thing is, the fact that you can't speak the language, the fact that you don't have people on the ground is a bottleneck to expansion, which is kind of ironic. But again, tech is tech and people are people. And a lot of this, lack of visibility, cultural communication bottlenecks, this could potentially all be solved if you had infinite resources, right? So if you had infinite resources, you could send boots down on the ground, do market research, work with local teams and stuff like that, but we all have finite resources. So this regional composability, again, it's all about optimizing the resources you have to really facilitate synergy and efficiencies. So this is your typical Web3 resource set, right? So you have your devs, DevRel, BD, growth, marketing, and so on. What I see a lot of the time is this. So normally a project would engage a local DAO or a local advisor, local agency, maybe even hire a full-time lead on the ground. And they're just let's go. They send in all their troops to all these regions. So they send in all their devs, DevRel, BD, growth, marketing to that specific region. And they're relying on their local coordinator, again, be it an advisor or a DAO or an agency, to kind of help them navigate all this. And they send all the troops in. But to be honest, in reality, it should be like this. So you have your local region 1, and you're wait, do we really need to send BDs here? Because it doesn't seem like there are many business development opportunities in this region. Or region 2 would be you know what, there aren't many devs. There isn't a really big dev culture, culture or community in this region. Let's focus on business development. So the concept of divide and conquer is a very common baseline business strategy, in traditional industries, right? So I come from a traditional corporate background, and it was all about resource optimization, divide and conquering. But in Web3, because we're always let's fucking go, so we're just sending all the troops here, and then sending all the troops there, and it's just, at the end of the day, we're basically burnt out. We're oh my God, what do we achieve? Nothing really. So after a year of spending $2 million on the ground in this specific region, you're left with basically nothing. Maybe a few parties, photos and images and stuff like that, right? So for us, for example, and I'm not saying any of this is absolute, right? A lot of this will depend on your project and your goals, but I am purely speaking from Kaia's perspective, and Kaia's perspective comes from 5 years of business and global expansion. So for example, Korea, of course Korea has a robust developer community. Of course it has a lot of business development opportunities and so on. But from an ROI perspective, we found Korea may be a region that is more focused on community and grassroots growth, because I mean, I think we're all aware the benefits of the Korean region, especially, comes to liquidity. There is so much retail liquidity, but 99% of that liquidity is on centralized exchanges. So, from an ROI perspective, it could make sense potentially to be maybe like work with local teams and so on to reroute some of that liquidity to like on-chain touch points. Whereas in Japan, there's actually a lot less retail liquidity than we thought. And Japan, the industry itself is actually a lot of the time led by traditional corporate entities and TradFi people and institutions. So we figured, you know what, in Japan, we were like, oh, do we want to build invest resources in building up a dev community and so on? But it's actually a lot more optimal to have experienced BDs there on the ground to talk with institutional partners and Web2 partners. Vietnam. So sure, you have your retail community there. Sure, you have your institutions there, but a lot of the growth is being seen in the Web2/builder community. So we're like, you know what, in Vietnam, we don't need to send all our BDs. We don't need to send all our devs. Let's focus on just grassroots DevRel stuff. So it's basically the act of optimization and prioritization. And this is kind of like the very baseline, default, de facto rule of thumb here. So optimize your resource allocation against localized strategies. So I know traditionally, investing is a long tail thing, right? So you build up a team slowly, hoping maybe in a year's time, in 2 years' time, that will pay off, right? And you've established a committee. But the thing with our industry is that a year and 2 years in our industry is a lifetime, being serious, being honest, right? Web 2, it's a different story. In Web 2, sure, a year or two, it's fine. But in Web 3, a year or two, it is a lifetime. And if you're willing to take that risk, go ahead, But personally, I think we need to take the realities of our industry into account when setting up strategies. So allocate resources against objectives that are tangible, as opposed to stuff that could be. I think is a rule of thumb that is often ignored, but should be really adhered to. And yeah, long tail objectives, fine, but we have to remember our industry is still maturing and it is changing month by month, right? So there's a lot of risks associated with long tail strategies. So monitor, assess, then act, right? And this act of regional composability, optimizing resources, will allow you, if, say your resources were a 10, originally you would be dedicating a lot of that to 3 regions. But if you are optimizing and you're taking the regional composability approach, you could potentially engage 6 different regions. Yeah, I mean, long tail. And especially if you have your KPIs, you're a recent hire, you've just been hired as the head of APAC for a layer 1, and you're like, oh shit, what do I have to do? I have to can I do something tangible? I have to set up goals. My head of growth is up my ass every day. But you have to be real. Just because you want something to happen doesn't mean it's going to happen, right? So be realistic and tangible in your, especially when it comes to your regional expansion goals, is basically the key takeaway here. So what's the end game for Kaia when it comes to regional expansion? Well, to be Asia's gateway to Web3. So this, what you see, is the current Kaia regional Lego ecosystem. So Kaia is definitely global in scale. Right now we have advisors, direct full-time foundation members, and third-party collaborators spanning 12 countries. So if you just these are the 12 countries. And through our collaboration with Line, next, we've also expanded our reach to an additional 5 countries, including but not limited, like Taiwan, Indonesia, and the US, obviously because of the reach that Line Messenger has. So this is a visualization of how we would normally approach resource allocation for specific regions. So the more focused the resource track and objective is for a certain region, the bigger the need there is for dedicated boots on the ground. So like if you have clear objectives and a clear understanding of what can be done in a certain region, then you need boots on the ground. So for example, Vietnam, we've been in Vietnam like for almost a year now. So we have a very clear view of what we want to do in Vietnam. And because we have a clear view, it just made sense to have boots on the ground. So we have now 4 full-time employees in Vietnam, I think. And the thing is, if you have clear goals and objectives, those boots on the ground will help you expedite specific, tasks and so on. And also, at the same time, having boots on the ground will help you localize core content and touchpoints. Especially in Asia, the localization of content is critical. Don't expect Web3 builders, like say, for example, in Vietnam or Thailand or wherever, to, especially in Japan as well, understand your English documentation. Just because they work in Web3 does not mean they speak English. So that's especially one of the kind of key critical aspects that you need to be aware of in Asia. So basically, global in scale, local in execution. This has been the baseline that we've been taking, and also we've been able to do this is, establish this strategy and go with this strategy because we do come from a traditional corporate background. Both Clayton from Kakao and Fincher from the Line Messenger organizations. So what does being Asia's gateway to Web3 mean? So basically what we want to do is we want to be the Web3 hub in Asia. Gateway is a two-way traffic, right? So gateways, you have traffic coming in, and then you have traffic coming out. So what we plan to be is the de facto gateway in Asia for global Web3 developers, to help global Web3 developers onboard in different regions, and also to help Asian builders expand out into English regions as well. So not the gateway to Web3 in Asia, but Asia's gateway to Web3. And I don't know if you guys were here for the presentation yesterday, so we shared a really exciting initiative, the Kaia Wave initiative, basically, which will provide access to millions of Web3 builders to the Line Messenger ecosystem. And if you guys are not familiar with Line Messenger is the largest consumer messenger platform in all of Asia, with a user base of 250 million. So with this initiative, right now, we're actually recalibrating our regional composability because we want to be able to focus on regions that will be able to leverage Kaia Wave. So for example, Taiwan, Thailand, and so on, all these countries have a massive user base based on the Line Messenger ecosystem. So yeah, we're calibrating that at the moment. So yeah, I mean, again, I apologize to the operation team for going over time, but I just really wanted to kind of elaborate on this point because I find it very interesting. So yeah, just be global in scale, but also local in execution. Don't forget to follow our socials. The Chinese Twitter is coming very soon. And yeah, I think thank you for listening. I hope you were able to gain some insights and stick around. There's a bunch of amazing speakers after, and also we have a networking night tonight. So yeah, thank you for listening and have fun tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. John Cho, for your enthusiastic presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And now we will move on to the second session where we will be taking a look at Why Asian Market, Why Now, which will be delivered by Mr. Daniel Kim, CEO of Tiger Research.
플러스 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
점심시간 직후에 매크로 지표를 얘기하러 가셔서 어떻게 받아들여야 될지 모르겠습니다. 좀 졸린 시간 아니신가요? 사실 발표 준비 자체를 영미 구독자 또는 영미 청중을 위해 준비했는데 혹시 여기 엑서사이즈를 한번 해볼까요? 한국어가 편하신 분 혹시 있으신가요?
Let me give you a quiz. Who's more comfortable in Korean?
Oh, that's like four. 니혼고가
Okay, I think we see one Japanese participant, so I should talk in Japanese. Okay, so in the interest of the preferred language of the participants, I will speak in Korean. So it is a great pleasure to meet you. I'm Daniel Kim, CEO of Tiger Research. Tiger Research has been founded in 2021 as a leading Web3 market research and consulting firm, and we specialize in the Asian market. We also work with world-class enterprises and institutions to help in terms of market research and business development. And over the last year, we have been strategically partnering up with Kaia Foundation as part of the ecosystem. So if you're familiar with our Tiger Research, I believe you would know our newsletter that is issued twice a week, and we have more than 4,000 subscribers, 50K monthly visitors, and we are distributed in more than 80 countries. And we are often seen at Bloomberg, Forbes, and Chosen Business as well to talk about the Asian regulations, ecosystem, and what the major players are up to. So with Kaia Foundation over the last year, in the first time in Asia, we have been building the first maritime RWA tokenizations project. And by doing so, we were able to work with Playa Corindo of Indonesia to structure the shipping products into tokenization, for that to be invest and listed on the STO with InvestaX. So what I would like to talk about today is why Asia and why now. And as mentioned, since it's after lunch, I am sorry that I will be presenting some macro indicators. So not only with Web3, but in many different industries, Asia is at the center of the world. And I believe you are very familiar with this kind of saying. I would like to back that up with some indicators in particular. Number one, the Asian market has rapid economic growth compared to Western countries in terms of GDP growth. And secondly, the gross national savings indicators are the highest in the region, as you can see from the graph yourself. And a lot of participants here are from the Asian region. So from when I was young, I heard a lot of things. Savings are the best. You should not invest in stocks, and real estate is also a no-go. So I think Asia as a region is very conservative. You should not get any debt. You should acquire real estate. So this has been the message that we have been exposed to from very early age. So Asia is very big on savings and deposits. However, unfortunately, the millennials, including myself, I'm also an MZ myself. So inflation is around the world, and prices are very steep. So the benefits of capitalism has been diluted at present. However, regardless, Asians have a strong aspiration to accumulate wealth and assets. And I think this is the most prominent in our region. And the third characteristic, I think aside from Korea and Japan, in other Asian nations, we are very young and vibrant in terms of demographics. In the Philippines, Indo, Malaysia, the 2023 median age by country is shown in the graph. So we have a very vibrant and young workforce. And last but not least, the absolute population is very high, led by India and China, with more than 10 billion population. And also Indonesia, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Korea is also home to a high population. So people are young and the willingness to pay is very high. That's why I believe Asia as a region is very promising. Having said what I said, we are all in the Web3 business. So what is a correlation between Web3? So according to our research, Asia compared to other regions is very prominent in terms of Web3. So as a research company, we make comparisons and analysis of different kind of countries and regions. And in order to do so, we looked into 5 areas in particular. Number 1, digital integration. To see whether a country or a region is familiar with digital devices. And number 2, we looked into regulatory openness. Number 3, enterprise penetration, the adoption of Web3 and also the investment that goes into the Web3. And number 4, developer ecosystem, if we have a very vibrant builder ecosystem. And number 5 is the user base. So let me explain the indicators or the factors one by one. Number 1, Web3 user base. Asia's markets is very proud to have a strong retail-focused Web3 users, including Kaia Square Lounge. We are seeing great enthusiasm in this event as well, and indicator-wise, 5 to 6% of the entire Asia population has high crypto ownership compared to other Western regions and countries. And there is a very interesting indicator in regard to Korea. We look into Kaiko Markets matrix, and the Korean won spot trading volume exceeded dollar trading volume in 2021. So Asia and Korea, in terms of cryptocurrency, comparing to other industries, are leading way, and there is a lot of aspiration towards investment as well. Okay, moving on to the next factor, which is the developer ecosystem. So we looked into the account information on GitHub. And the developer region dispersion of GitHub. And from 2021, more than 50% of the developers were located in Asia. So Asia is a big region in terms of geography, including Korea, Japan, Thailand. We are home to a great number of developers who are well trained and good at their job. So I looked into some Web3 related data. There are many developers in the blockchain game industry as well. So from 2021 to 2023, the Asian game developer numbers were higher than that of US and Europe together. So there are many different areas. However, in terms of Web3 games and Web3 related businesses, Korea, Japan, and Asia as a region is performing very well. We have a good, solid developer ecosystem that is providing great services to the general public. And number 3, enterprise Web3 penetration. So we looked into the FSC earnings system. According to our analysis, 82 conglomerates, among 82 conglomerates, 46, which is approximately 56%, is engaged and involving in Web3 related businesses. So on a daily basis, you are doing activities in Web3, but it's not the case for the general public. It's not like everyone is investing in Kaia tokens. Approximately 85% are new to this area. SK, Lotte, and LG, among other Asian conglomerates, are also entering the Web3 business, including Kakao, Line, Nexon, Netmarble, and so forth. So blockchain would become more prominent in the future, but it seems like many enterprises are picking up on this trend. And the 4th factor is digital integration. As you all know, the messaging platforms have been integrating with Web3 as well. And recently, Hamster Combat and Nut Game has more than 100 million or 200 billion users in 3 to 4 months. So Telegrams and among other messaging platforms are driving onboarding onto Web3 adoption. So I believe that in terms of digital integration, Asia will play a bigger role moving forward. So in this time and age, messaging platforms and services are very important. If we are to go over to the US and Europe, it's part of our everyday life. So it's one of the super apps. So today I had a meeting in Pangyo this morning before I came to this area, Seongsoo. So I used Kakao to hail a cab, and for payment, I was certified via Kakao Pay, and I also transferred some funds over using Naver Pay. So it's connecting Japan, Korea, and other Asian nations as well. So these messaging platforms are becoming super apps that could not go missing in everyday life. And I believe it is in line with WeChat from China moving forward. I believe the user base for Kakao and line base is 200 million users. If we are to all come together, Web3 would be able to come together with the broad population of Asia to bring great transformations and innovations. And last but not least, I would like to briefly touch upon regulations. So in Korea, I don't think any of you would think that cryptocurrency regulations are very loose, but I would like to say that we are very lucky compared to other Asian nations. So most of the Asian nations are not doubting the actual existence of cryptocurrency. So most of the governments are very acceptive. They're not saying that cryptocurrency is illegal or it is a venue for illegal activities. In the case of Japan in 2023, Digital Japan has led to develop the Web3 white paper. And in Thailand, the Thailand government during the presidential campaign period announced to plan to distribute tokens to public. And in Hong Kong and Indonesia, based on CBDCs, different crypto RWAs, STO policies are being shaped as we speak. So Asia, in terms of regulations, is accepting the existence of cryptocurrency. However, it is striving to look for better ways to improve the framework and structure. So I'm almost to the end of my presentation, so I would like to once again summarize why Asia is the happening place for Web3. Number one, we have a strong Web3 user base. And we have a growing developer ecosystem, and Asia is home to enterprise adoption, high enterprise adoption, and we have great super app potentials. Is why we should continue to take interest in Asia as a region. And if this is the case, what should we do next? Number one, we need to take a long-term approach. So if we are to go overseas, it's like picking up a new language. We need to network with each other, be familiar with each other, and understand the business practices of the local market as part of a long-term approach. And secondly, we need to learn regional businesses and cultures and nuances because all regions and all nations operate in different ways. You should spend enough time, make friends, and also tap into resources from agencies to come up with the most effective and long-term beneficial approach going forward. And last but not least, we have a great turnout at SQL. I hope you will continue to communicate with one another, to network within the community and look for additional collaborative opportunities. So that is the end of my presentation. Please subscribe our research postings. Thank you.
다시 한번 감사드리고요.
So thank you. We will move on to the next presentation. The topic of the next presentation is tapping into retail market in Vietnam. It will be delivered by Mr. Seon Ho, managing partner from K300 Venture.
Hi guys, nice to meet you. I'm Sun Ho. I'm the managing partner of K2 Ventures. So we are one of the top tier VCs currently operating in Vietnam market right now. So just a little bit about myself first because I'm going into the introduction. So I only have around 8 years of working in marketing and operation in Web2 market and around 5 years of working in marketing and operation in Web3 markets. So most of the content of this presentation is in marketing perspective, okay? Yeah, so the first thing I would say about Vietnam is retail market is that whenever I meet any global guy, they always tell me that I want to enter Vietnam market, I want to get the cash flow from the retail because people are acquiring so many users there. It's a huge potential market for us. They always say that. But then again, we need to consider what is true and what is not. Yeah, so I'm going right into this. Yeah. Yes, the first question, is Vietnam a green market? Oh, I think there's some issue with the phone right now. Yes, so according to the Crypto and Adoption Index, a research by Chainalysis, in 2021 and 2022, Vietnam ranks the first in terms of crypto adoption. However, in 2023, Vietnam has dropped down to the third. However, it's still one of the top tier, right? So it's still the top 5, it's still in the top 10, and it's still good. But that's the past. How about now? How about 2024? The first thing I would say that if we want to look at into the future, we will need to look at the legal perspective of one country first. And you can see here, Vietnam got partial ban and actually got no regulation framework in crypto market at all. The only thing that is banned at the moment would be offline event regarding crypto and blockchain. The second thing would be using crypto to make payments. We can still buy a lot of crypto, but we just cannot make payment in crypto. Like for example, I cannot stay at a hotel and pay in BTC or USDT, whatever. However, at the moment, there's totally no regulatory framework in Vietnam yet, which means two things. The first, that if you are currently entering the Vietnamese market right now, you will most likely face the OB, the old users. So they all know all the tricks of previous projects have been doing. That's the first thing. So it's quite difficult to acquire new users if you are not doing well with the marketing activities. And the second thing is that in 2 or 3 years' time, Vietnam will finish the regulatory framework. So in 2 years' time, it's like an ETF in Vietnam. So there will be a lot of money coming in from the mainstream guys as well, including retail, real estate, including stock markets. So I would say in the future, of course, you get a lot more retailer in. Yeah, look at the growth for the past 2 years. So the past 2 years has been a bear market, right? 2022 to 2023, you can see the growth of active Vietnamese users on social media here. This is a research from Coin98. And also you can see the proportion of time joining in the market. So for the last 2 years, you can see the growth of the users. It has not slowed down due to the bear market. It's not that terrible. I think in every country due to the bear market, it's getting worse. But in Vietnam, it's still good enough. So a sum up of this. So the data indicate that the growth in crypto adoption and investment is still happening, even though the bear market of the last 2 years had hit us really hard. So why many other countries are currently opening a bigger door to crypto, so Vietnam has yet to. But in 2 or 3 years' time, there's going to be something like ETF in Vietnam. And at the time, more retailers will coming in, more old guys from traditional finance coming in. And also from my personal view, because I met a lot of projects, a lot of centralized exchange, so many competitors within the same narrative, are entering the Vietnamese market right now, so the competition is really difficult. So unless you are going to do the growth and marketing activities really thoroughly, it will not work because like you imagine this, there's a big pie, but you cannot share it with like a lot, like 101,000 competitors, right? So it always comes down to your team and what you do for the product and business operation. So let's talk about the user journey and habits. Okay, so for any market, not including crypto, there's always one user journey. But this is my version of crypto user journey for existing users, not for new users. So they have the first one, they are the crypto users. They got awareness from KOLs. They do some education research on media blog sites, and then they make initial investment, active management, and advocacy. Those are the phases. And what are the touch points in these phases? So the first one, the awareness, right? People in crypto know about the projects, the different services in crypto blockchain space with KOLs, with word of mouth from friends, with ads, with paid partnership, and any other marketing means. And then after that, they will research. For example, if I want to buy some crypto on a new centralized exchange, for example, I will need to Google that to see if that's a safe exchange or not. If I want to buy some meme coin, I need to do some research on that on Twitter, on some blog site. And for this phase, the project will need to focus on search engine optimization to work with crypto media blog site in Vietnam. Also the same with other social media, including X as well. And after that, people will make initial investment, just like us. When we invest in something, we make a small purchase, right? And then if it's doing good, doing well, we tend to make a bigger purchase. Yeah, this one is where we can influence with the promotion for a reward for like an initial activities to acquire new users. And after they become users, you will need them to be more interactive with your projects. For example, in terms of like any DeFi and protocol, right? You will need to have to make them be more active in terms of APY to attract more of the staking earning. And as for the exchanges, they are always weekly promotion, like trading, competition, etc. And after that, the advocacy, where the users introduce the projects to the friends. One good thing about Vietnamese market is that people tend to introduce a lot to each other to get the referral bonuses. What I see happen with Binance since 2017 until now, a lot of new projects, even the MLM projects as well, they're doing really good because of this. Yeah. So another note, biggest note regarding this, the users in Vietnam actually pay really big focus on the profit potential of what they do. So that's why in terms of like anything like culture-like, for example, like NFT, they're not doing really well in Vietnam actually. But for meme coins, they're doing really good there in this market. Actually, a lot of meme coin I know was originated in Vietnam. Just, I don't think it's a good thing to mention them here. Yeah. As for the KOLs in Vietnam, just turn back a little bit. You can see this face, right? Actually, these are the face. But whenever the people want to get more information, they always rely on the KOLs. KOL is still the biggest channel to deliver the message to the users. So let's look into the KOLs in Vietnam. I think in terms of KOLs, many countries have this type of KOLs as well, but I'm gonna differentiate them. So the first one, the first kind of KOL, I would say the general type of influencers. They have good reach, awareness, they have good subscribers. However, they have low attention. If the content is too complex, then the audience will not likely to follow all the steps. And they're kind of selective in terms of project or centralized exchange they want to promote. They have high costs as well, like maybe $500 or $1,000 for just a Telegram post, for example. And the second type is the technical analyst. So they mostly share technical trades for the followers. So the followers, I would say, are mostly traders. They're not really into blockchain guy, not really like the Web3 guys with the wallet, but they are mostly like centralized exchange traders. They almost never share about like new projects, hidden gems, and whole signal. However, because of this, if you can convince that your project is doing well, then they will bring a whole lot of good volume. They often have premium groups requiring monthly subscription fee, and all of the followers are not familiar with the decentralized exchange. So if you are a new project, don't work with this one. And there are also gem hunters as well. They call for a lot of projects and a lot of activities on the centralized exchange and centralized exchange. The followers are mostly like OBs in crypto. They know how to do a lot of different stuff, airdrop, customized wallet, and all of the DeFi activities. And the last one, I would say the others, in a smaller narrative, like NFT guys, meme guys, and airdrop guys. It depends on what you want to work with them, to coordinate with them. Yes, regarding the do's and don'ts, I will sum up everything about this. The do's, what to do. The first one is to localize. It's always good to have an experience locally for your business. Actually, if you are thinking about working with only one agency without any of your in-house guy within Vietnam, don't do that. It's a waste of money. You will need to have a localized team because they will put effort into the work, into everything with you. So I think Kaia is doing really well in terms of like growing the local Vietnamese team right now. And the second thing to do is to research. I mean, when research here, I want to pay more attention in terms of like product. So if there's any competition of your product in this market right now. And the second one is the partners. Who are you going to work with? What are the proven track records? The third one I would say is the content delivery. So in terms of marketing, because as I have mentioned earlier, I'm a marketing guy. Content is always the king. So just like I mentioned earlier, it's always about profit. And the last one would be track record. Work only with partners that have proven track record. So there are a lot of guys who are saying, I'm the top one in Vietnam, I'm the best in Vietnam. I think you probably met all of them, but actually they are not true. What to not do? The first one is the airdrop. Actually, the airdrop is doing really well in Vietnam. There are a lot of airdrop groups, but they have a lot of computers. Just one user holding like 1,000 accounts. So don't do any airdrop with low barrier of entry. It's a waste of money. The second one, scammers, just like I mentioned, not just about partners, KOLs, agency. You will need to pay attention to anyone you want to hire for your project as well. Because like the employee is one of the really important things when you want to work with them for the Vietnamese market. The offline event as well. So actually this year the government has prohibited the offline events. Many of the offline events has been hunted down midway. So if you want to hold offline event in Vietnam, you will need to work through an agencies that have certification. just like us. Yeah, one example. I think I don't really have much time yet. So regarding the relevant case study, I can send you the presentation later. So we have Binance as case study here, Coin88, a wallet in Vietnam, and some GameFi projects. So they all follow the same structure I mentioned earlier in the presentation. And just one last word about us. We're catering adventures. Our USP is that we manage a lot of KOLs within Vietnam right now. So we are currently looking for VC partners and KOL partners as well to incubate more projects together. If you want to get connected to see more coordination between us, you can scan my Telegram ID and to connect with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sun-ho, for your great presentation. 다시 한번 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much once again. And moving on to the third presentation, which is on navigating the business environment of crypto exchanges in Japan, which will be delivered by Director and CEO of Line Genesis, Yonehama Yusuke. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon.
Guys, translator for ready? Okay. 改めてよろしくお願いいたします。米山と申します。
Good afternoon. My name is Yoneyama Yusuke. So starting from yesterday, we have been enjoying great presentations at this Kaia Square Lounge 2024. So while listening, I hope you are enjoying them very much. So I would like to talk about the Line ecosystem in Japan, and the connection with Line Messenger will be happening. We have listened to this number of times. And I think many of the presenters talked about the future going forward, but today I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about what is happening at present. So I would like to talk about what is happening on the Line Messenger service, how Kaia trading is affecting user experience, and secondly, Japan has strong and strict regulation. So this has came up again and again. I would like to talk about the regulations and the regulatory conditions in more detail. So before I get into the presentation, I would like to briefly introduce myself. I am Yusuke Yoneyama, CEO of Line Genesis, and Line Genesis is the affiliate of Line, which is in charge of Line's crypto asset and blockchain business. I have experience in working in the financial industry, and I have joined this line of work from 2017. And now let's take a look at this slide. I would like to direct your attention to the left side, and it's an equivalent to Kakao. So there are different kind of tokens and newsletter tabs. Among them, you can click on the financial BitMax tab. So Line FX investment services are serviced under BitMax. So once you click on it, you would be able to redirect it to BitMax for transaction purposes directly. So if you would like to, you would also be able to go through certification, but most of the users will have easy access. And it also says Finxia, and within Finxia, you would be able to see Kaia. So if I could bring your attention to the middle, Japan and Korea has the same rate of inflation, as you all know. So in Japan, the policy rate is on decline. So in Japan, the policy rate is approximately 1.25%. So high-yielding products of 5 to 7% are among the keywords. So based on this inception, we are trying to put this forward as part of our servicing and lending products as well, which is shown in the middle. And among them, Finsia has high interest rates that are offering competitiveness to the general public. And on the right side, you would be able to see how we are connecting with Line Messenger services. The Line Yahoo group is interconnected through these kind of services. So let me offer more details. So I would like to bring your attention to the second right picture. You would be able to see how exchange is happening. So from the banks, fiat and Japanese yen would be deposited. And afterwards, purchases are made. So this would be part of the average user experience. And within our group, we have something called PayPay. PayPay Money, which is an equivalent of Kakao Money. This is number one in Japanese in terms of crypto assets. So within the balance, Bitcoins or Kaia coins could be purchased directly, which is received very well by our end users. And I personally think that timing is very important. So I always look at the timing to make a purchase of Bitcoins. Then you should have a certain deposit in this account, but this is not liquid. However, if you are to put this in PayPay Money, you can do shopping and also buy Bitcoins as necessary. That's why it's being received very well by our end users. So you would be able to make a purchase whenever you would like to. Then when should you? Of course, cryptocurrency has fluctuations, so when the value goes down, you should grab it and purchase it as part of average investment behavior. But it's not like you should be looking into the chart all the time, 24/7. So the Line Messenger kicks in every morning. It could look at the prices of Kaia, Ethereum, look at the fluctuations on a daily basis, and based on the configurations or settings, you would be able to receive this information as per notifications on an hourly basis via Line messaging services. So as you can see here, there's a button called Trade. So once you click on Trade, the Bitmax will kick in Line Messenger, and the crypto assets would be withdrawn from PayPay Money. So even light users would be able to be part of the ecosystem with ease. There's something else that I would like to introduce that I think would be relevant to KSL. So this is the legacy service of Finsia. And this March, service has been discontinued. So according to Japanese regulations and rooted in Japanese policies, I wanted to explain this example in relation to Line Pay. So on Line Pay, different Japanese related informations in stores, more than 10,000 was offered by Finsia for 2 years. For instance, if you would like to buy a cup of coffee at Starbucks or buy a hamburger at McDonald's, you would be able to make that purchase via Finsia in a direct manner. And I believe this is an example of stable coin. So this was not easy to implement because Japan has strict regulations. However, based on the clear understanding and good communication with the regulatory body, we were able to provide well-functioning services at present. So I just wanted to make sure that you are aware of this reference case. And secondly, I would like to talk about how the strict regulations are impacting us as a business and ecosystem. So what you're seeing on the screen has already been mentioned in previous presentations. As you all know, Korean won trade volume is very big. I'm very envious of Korea. However, in the middle, you would also be able to see Japanese yen as well. The trading volume by crypto asset currency compared to other asset volume is not so high, which is a representation that there is high potential in the Japanese market. However, this is the current stock of the Japanese crypto market. And also in regard to investment in our crypto market, if I bring your attention to the left, if we are to compare with other Asian nations, investment culture is passive. However, it has been on the grow since 2 years ago. ETFs, stock market, and investment securities and trust funds are on the rise. So I think this is a good momentum for the cryptocurrency market to jump in on. However, if you look in the middle, the trading volume is not so high for now compared to stocks, FX, and also in terms of cryptocurrency. If we are to do a comparison between the different kind of products, the number or the digit number is different. Then why did this happen? What is behind this current phenomenon? I would like to talk about the recent events. In 2021, there has been the Mt. Gox hacking incident, which used to be the most dominant Bitcoin exchange. And there has been a great hacking incident, which was the most famous event in history of cryptocurrency. And CoinCheck Exchange has been founded, which has been originated from Japan. So the J exchanges were established and grew to a certain point of view. And in 2017, the regulatory body started to strengthen regulations. And afterwards, unfortunately, in 2018, there has been a huge security hacking incident. And in the aftermath, in 2019, the regulations and the acts have been all the more strengthened, which has also happened in Korea. So it was requiring a 100% cold wallet. And peace has been continued. However, this year, something else happened. So the incidents and the regulation strengthening has been part of the Japan's crypto market trend. However, thanks to the regulations and the licensing, after a certain period of time, investors are now more comfortable in investing in the market. And the operators will have to obtain licensing by the regulatory body. So as you can see from the bar graphs, if we are to look at the accumulated number of registered business companies in Japan, now it has stabilized as approximately 30. So once you are licensed, it doesn't mean that the market is vibrant. So only a dozen of the companies have survived. So up to this point, you can get another impression that Japan's regulations are too strong and you should not enter the market as a whole. However, over the long history of regulations, we have been communication with the regulatory bodies to create the regulations together. So GCBA and JVCEA are regulatory agencies. Japan Crypto Asset Business Association and Japan Virtual and Crypto Assets Exchange Association. So in Japan, liberal democratic parties have been the ruling party for a long period of time, and the party has created the Web3 project team, which serves as a think tank for the Web3 industry, for public and private sector to better collaborate with each other and also develop different kind of insights and areas. So Japan operators are not supplied with the Japanese government. So the regulation level is very high. So I think this is the strength of the Japanese market, and to this end, it is a market that welcomes you to do business with ease. So JVCA and the Financial Services Agency are working together in many areas. And self-regulation and self-management is supported. By doing so, in order for a new coin to be issued under Japanese law, JVCEA approval would be necessary. So Clayton and Finchia integration were both licensed in Japan. That's why Kaia coins were also traded in a legal manner from day one of merger. So Japan has strict regulations. Regardless, the operators and the regulators are working closely together. So as have been mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, state-of-the-art services are provided in a legitimate way. However, in order to register for licensing, it's difficult. So if you are to advance to the Japanese markets, it would be best to join hands with already licensed partners. And if you are to be interested in this opportunity, I know that you might be. If you have more interest in the exchange market of Japan, I myself and also my colleagues are here. Please come see us. So to summarize my presentation, as have been mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, Line Messenger would be able to service native products. So to this end, high user experience would be able to be secured through Kaia as well. And the PayPay account would be used for product purchases. And if there are price fluctuations, you would be able to be notified via line messages so that you would be able to make a purchase whenever on the messenger service. So user experience is of a high level. And moving forward, we are trying to transform ourselves into a new business. Despite the strict regulations, what could be done and what could not be done is defined and set in rules clearly, and we know this very well. So based on this profound understanding, there is a lot that could be done. I know that a lot of activities are happening at present. Kaia is also interconnected with Line Messenger services to have a better stronghold in the Japan and Asian market as well. And the Japanese local natures were presented in my presentation, so I hope you would be able to consider Japan for your business opportunities. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
ラインジェネシスの米山祐介さんの発表でした。良い発表してくださってありがとうございます。네, it was a great presentation. Thank you so much, Mr. 요네야마 유스케. 네, 다시 한번 발표 수고해주신 요네야마 유스케님께 큰 박수 보내주시면 감사드리겠습니다.
So please give him a round of applause again. So before having the next presentation, let me just give you a couple of housekeeping notes. The interpretation receiver is prepared on your seat, so if you need it, you can rely on the receiver. So Korean channel 1, English channel 2, and Japanese channel 3. So you can power on and check the channel, then you can use the receiver. And if there is any issue on your receiver, please raise your hand. Then our staff will be with you right away. And at the end of the session, we are going to have some panel discussion about Asia's gateway to Web3. So I would like to ask you to be with us until the end. And let me introduce the next presentation. The next presentation will be delivered by Mr. A.V. Lin from Google Cloud. He is going to talk about how Google Cloud shaping Web3 and AI startup.
of applause. 큰 박수로 맞아주시면 감사드리겠습니다.
Please give him a warm round of applause.
Okay. Good to be here. Hello, everyone. My name is Ify. I'm from Google Cloud. I've been supporting the ecosystem for quite a while. This is actually the third time on the stage. It used to be Clayton. At this moment, it's Kaia. And also, good to know that Vincia is also part of the game. So I'm going to be here today to present a little bit more about how Google Cloud is supporting this ecosystem and also how we work very closely with the public chains. For example, Kaia, Clayton used to be, and now how we're going to move to the next stage. All right, so a little bit more ideas about why Google Cloud, because some people, they just believe we are the Web 2, why you guys are here. But actually, we're being so supportive into this system, into this industry, and here's a lot of good reasons. And why Google Cloud in general, all the Web3, they build on top of Web 2, and Google has been a big player in this market, and we do a lot of things. At this moment, actually, we've done a lot of analytics. I mean, it's always analytics, right? About the data, know what's going on in the market. Everyone, most of the players in Web3 markets, they use our workspace systems. Okay, so now decentralized, this is the Web3 way to work together, and this is definitely the way we're gonna do. And of course, we're gonna give you more ideas about why you should work with us. We have natively from data, also a big AI player, and we've been always a very good supporter for everyone in the world. If you travel a lot, of course, you're gonna use Google Map. If you're gonna do some research, you always use Google Search, and all those things is all native by Google. So now here's some nature of Web3, and then you should definitely agree with me, because this is definitely the nature of Web3, that it's always this distributed team. Like, for example, right now we're in Korea, and then you can see so many people coming in, and then a lot of people sit here in Korea, but they are supporting the global business. So how they work together, pretty simple. They want to find a way to collaborate each other's. And of course, because of Web3, Web2 layers, they need very secure things. Especially at this moment, we are talking about digital assets. So it's no longer just those digital numbers in the bank, but then actually something in their custodies. But now it's literally those digital numbers represent something valuable. So we need to find a way very secured. And that's also one of the top priority at Google. So if you check on Google again, you will actually see that most of the security engineers, they're actually coming from Google. So if you're a hacker, you always wanted to maybe today hack for the digital assets, but old days they actually wanted to hack Google, because if anyone can hack Google, become very famous. So we actually have a very good team there, and then these teams will be also at the back to support anyone build with us. And of course, in advance, we want something even more secure instead of just the compute, also anything on the transit, also on the storage side. A lot of things, security will give a lot of good reasons. So we're gonna talk about a little bit more on the security side. And of course, data is one of the very important things, because nowadays everyone cares about how the price goes up, what are the data points, and then to know that what's gonna be the next things. So more information. I'm not gonna go through all of them. Let's check on some of the most important topics here. Collaborations. So today, of course, everyone's used Google Workspace, and then that's the easiest way for you to work together. And then, of course, you use Gmails, you use Google Documents, you use the calendars, and so on. So I don't even name it because everyone uses it already. And security. Google is the first one that we give you a chance that with zero code change, and you get to secure everything in a computing stage, which means that your data is encrypted at the very beginning, even when it generated, right? And that means a lot. And that's at this moment still the only platform in the world that gives you a chance that you can use either AMD or Intel CPU chips to do encryption during your computing stage. And that's at this moment still the only chance. And that means everything's secure because data in transit, data in storage, data in compute is all encrypted. And of course, infrastructures. And it's a Web 2 company, it's an infrastructure provider, you get everything. But then what else the things are for Web 3 companies? Blockchain node engines. This is dedicated team only for Web 3. We build it up for you to have a one-click deployment. At this moment, we're supporting Ethereum. We are getting more and more supports from different chains. Of course, we've been talking a lot with Clayton, with Kaia in the futures, and then we will make those things happen as well. So which means that in the future, when you want to operate a node, it's simple. Go to Google Cloud, get on the service, get a node, and then it will be fully managed by the Google Cloud very professional teams. And it's a service. And data and AI, of course. Data is definitely the nature of Google. Is there anyone never used about Google before? Never used Google? Okay. Is there anyone who ever used any product from Google? Please raise your hands. If you are using an LG, Samsung, that's an Android, so you have to raise your hand, right? Okay. So Google actually includes a lot of things. We have YouTube, we have Android, we have Chrome, we have Google Maps, we have Google Search, basically everything. And then all these things all coming from, at the very beginning, it's data, right? So Google Search at the beginning, we collect all the data in the world and put together, we have to solve the big data questions at the very beginning and then how to make it easy for everyone to search. And then now AI become the easiest way for you to even just talk to the AI and then give back a more structured answers instead of just list down the answers. So AI, if you look at some of the reports, Google being on the top for most of the years. And we've been doing a lot of AI data stuff. It's actually, AI is already a big topic like 10 years ago within Google. So you can see that's a lot of support, even from the researching side. If you look at Google Brain, if you Google it, you can easily see that we have a very big team, which is around 200 PhDs. They're only focused on those AI stuff. And also we have a lot of TensorFlow, those open sources contributed to the world, and also we make those services become available. And the best thing is, if you come working with us with Google Cloud, we are going to bring you to talking to those researchers, including DeepMinds, including Google Brains, and we just finished a ZK forum in the States, which is including all the big players in the markets. We're definitely wanted to still leading this industries and then go for on more AI stuff and then encryption as well. So this is definitely what we wanted to do. And data, of course. There's always something you can't really decentralize it, which is when you're analyzing your data, because you have to put them together so you can easily find out some insights. And this is always available here at Google. We've been running such a program, which is called Open Data Program. And we keep all the data within us, and then we have the tool ready for you, and we give everyone a chance to use it freely, which means complimentary. You can start to analyze the data, and includes at this moment more than 11 different chains. And then we are getting a lot more of those services out, which is going to have lower latencies. So at this moment, we have something around like 15 minutes. And at the end, what we're going to happen in the future, we will have a service with 15 seconds latencies, which means that you will able to use that service as alert systems to know what's going on the chain. And it supports more and more chain coming out. So what else? You can definitely working with us, starting with this accelerator program, and then we always love those Web3 startups. So we're already working with a lot public chains, and Kaia, Clayton, Peaches, definitely the biggest player on this market as well. So if you're working with them, get a grant, get a partnership, come to us at Google. We'll definitely give you those support that we just mentioned it on the screen, which is financial support, tech support, and business support. What does that mean? Financial support, we give you grant from Google, which is a credit. You can easily start to use Google Cloud without any worry. And second, you will get the technical expertise. When you focus on encryption, we tell you what's the way to do it in the best. We've been working with a lot of exchanges and then most of the finance companies in the world in Web2, which is most of the assets at this moment stored, they are working with Google very closely. So we definitely know what's the way to make it happen. And then, of course, for technical things, AI, we can easily bring you to the research team. We can bring you to the one who actually made those open source happen. So that's definitely one of the benefits. And later on, business support. For example, when we make an event, we want to talk to some of the VCs. We wanted to talk to some of specific players. If you don't have the connections, talk to us. We basically connect with everyone. I mean, most of the players, most of the people in the world, they know Google, and then we know them. Very easily, just look at the screen a little bit, get some numbers, 100K, 250K for even AI startups. So all those different topics would just give you very good reason to start having a little bit of attachment with Google. Yeah, and of course, now it's one of the things that we still always know, build, build, build. It's definitely the nature of Web3. Everyone wanted to build something, and then that will become a more interesting world in the future, which is Web3. So we already bring Web3 learning on Google Cloud, which is a platform that used to be teaching the developers how to use Google Cloud platforms. And now what we do is we working with those partners to bring their learning experience on Google's platforms. And on this specific platform, there's already 5 million developers subscribed. So if there's a chance, come working with us, and then you can easily see that what's the easiest way you can train the world of developers to learn how to build things on top of your protocols, on top of your networks, and then so on and so on. All right, that's how it looks like. All right, so that will be my final slides, and then if you do have interest, please take a look at the platforms and then come talk to us. And then my name's Ify, I'm from Google Cloud, I'm the Web3 Solution Architect, and then very happy to be here to show you a little bit about how Google Cloud works on this industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Evelyn, for your great presentation. 네, 발표 너무나 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So moving on, we will continue with Asia's gateway to Web3. And now we will look at the Korean market overview, which will be delivered by Mr. Andu Kyung, CEO of Good Gang Labs. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. It's a great pleasure to meet all of you. My name is Andu Kyung, and I'm from Good Gang Labs.
I'm gonna talk in Korean because I'm Korean and this is a K market, so please understand. So 이번에 저희가
So from the foundation, I was requested to talk about the Korean market with overall facts. So I thought of ways to deliver my message in a simple and concise way. So based on my understanding, I consulted people who know about the market, and I was able to derive and come up with some characteristics of the Korean market that I will touch upon them one by one. And afterwards, I would like to give you an introduction of what we do and what we do best at Good Gang Labs. The first fact that I would like to talk about in terms of the K-Web3 market is the proportion of people who are engaging in crypto exchange. So it's 12% among the entire population, which is the highest in the world. So 12 people among 100 have done crypto exchanges. And I would like to move on to the second nature of the K-Web3 market. In order to purchase the cryptocurrencies in CEX, fiat purchases are made. And at present, in the world, cryptocurrency fiat Korean won has recorded top 2 or number 2. And in the bull market, this proportion goes up to 50% and above. So as you can assume, the Korean won plays a key role in the global fiat market share in terms of Web3. And moving on to the next nature, in the case of Korea, the top tier CEX is Upbeat. In the case of Upbeat, it is only used by domestic users. Despite the constraints and limitations in terms of transaction volume, it had ranked number 4th in the world, and in the bull market, it was pushed up to the 2nd in the world. And fourthly, we are to talk about altcoin trading aside from Bitcoin. So aside from Bitcoin, all of the other cryptocurrencies are called altcoin. So the altcoin trading volume is a whopping 78%, with Upbit and BitThumb together, which is 1.5 times higher than Binance and Coinbase. And also, themes and meme-based tokens are very well pumped up in Korea. So now, powered by AI and different kind of K contents in line with recent trends and technological projects as well. In the beginning, they look for the reaction, and to do a showcase, the Korean market is offering great value. And last but not least, not only in the crypto market, but also K-culture is all the rage around the world. So number 1, more than 99% of Koreans have internet access. And Korea is home to more than 200 Web3 companies and projects, ranking 10th globally in terms of developers and builders. And Korean intellectual properties are also very prominent, including Squid Game, BTS, NewJeans, Korean fried chicken, tteokbokki, among other K-culture contents are very popular around the world. So in the past, Hollywood was the basis. However, now K-culture is being transmitted over the world. And games cannot go missing among the K-Web3 market. So we have gaming giants such as Krafton and Nixon, and other Web3 games as well. So thanks to all of these factors, Korea is an attractive market. And we have great performance track records and achievements have been achieved under strict regulations, which is very optimistic to our industry. So with the mainnet launch of Kaia, which is a representative mainnet of Korea and Asia, joining hands with Kaia mainnet, we are looking forward to bring in more attractive investors and players to revolutionize the Web3 ecosystem as we know it. So I briefly touched upon the characteristics of the K market, and moving on, I would like to introduce what we do at Good Gang Labs. So in the case of our company, we have a mission to revolutionize the world for it to become a better place to live in. So Good Gang Labs have a mission to connect humans and AI with avatars. So we are in development of an AI avatar agent solution. So the agents would be performing specific tasks as human agents. And in our daily lives, people use a lot of kiosks to order products or food as well, which is a place for our AI avatar agent to well perform. So we have function call functionalities among different kind of frameworks so that our avatar would be able to receive Korean orders, which is 3 times faster than ChatGPT with 99.8% accuracy. So I would like to give you a demonstration of our solution in person via video.
네, 지금 뭔가
So I'm experiencing some technical difficulties. Sorry for that. Oh, now it works.
바닐라 딥라떼 아이스로 큰 사이즈로 해서 디카페인으로 해줘.
아이스 바닐라 딥라떼를 더 벤티 사이즈 디카페인 원두로 추가할게요. 다른 건 없으신가요?
결제할래.
결제로 넘어갈게요. 감사합니다.
네, 그래서 이렇게 국내 최초로
So for the first time in Korea, voice order reception has been possible through our solution, and we are preparing for POC testing. And also going forward, I would like to reveal our secret project to you. In the fourth quarter, in a very hip place in Gangnam, we will be setting up a brick and mortar venue for Good Gang Lips. So Web 2, Web 3 avatars will be coming together to offer AI agent purchasing and ordering experience. We will be offering more details in the fourth quarter of this year. And among high interest is, what does Good Gang Labs do in terms of Web 3? Are we going or are we opting in Web 3 or not? So we are preparing for Beer Gang New Era 2.0, which I will have an opportunity to showcase to you taking this opportunity. So I know that Beer Gang might not be so familiar with you. It has been born on Kaia mainnet, and Beer Gang is a collection of 6,666 NFT avatars inspired by beer, crafted by Good Gang Labs. And it will be able to give out expressions based on emotions, real emotions. So in version 1.0, we had made different kind of experimental attempts to create DApps as well. However, because of the version, it was not right for Web 3. That's why we will be launching Beer Gang 2.0. So it will not be owned by our company, but it will be owned by the decentralized autonomous organizations, so that Beer Gang holders would participate in decision making themselves. To this end, this week, we will be launching a community forum called Gang House. And the first proposal for Beer Gang 2.0 would be uploaded for communication and further discussion. So once you see our proposal, you would be able to see the first agenda as well by this week. And moving on, I would like to introduce Booze, which is a community token for Beer Gang DAOs, and it will be airdropped to Beer Gang holders. And as for the details, we will share them with AMA. And we have another ambitious initiative in our pocket, which is the Gang House Fund. So it's exclusive to Web3. So we will be working with Superwalk and Planetarium Labs to dedicate empowering Web3 innovators. And regarding the collaboration and operation, Planetarium Labs, JC Kim, would be offering some comments in regard to the direction. So for the picture purposes, let's give each other a hug. Good afternoon. So I am Kim Jae-seok, CEO of Planetarium Labs. Thank you for the opportunity. So our company has been publishing Web3 games from 2018. And now We are working with more than 20 Web3 game publishers and players in the Web3 game ecosystem. And among our investment portfolio, the most successful is Good Gang Labs. So with Mr. An, when I started the Planetarium Labs, we have been in a good collaborative relationship. And with the establishment of the Beer Gang DAO, we have put together a fund and transitioned into a DAO. We are thinking of ways as to how we can become a global DAO. So know-how was necessary, but we have experience in working with 9 Chronicles to also accelerate and grow the ecosystem. That's why we joined hands with Good Gang Labs. And I am also part of the Beer Gang DAO. And we are working hard to develop this into a global DAO. So this is why I am introducing myself and what we have been doing together. So there are many different kind of funds in Web3. And Korean founders were not so active in terms of investment. So we would like to become the first case to make a good precedence. So we will not only be investing some financial assets, but we want to make sure that we set a good track record. That's why Good Gang Labs, Super Warrock, and we at Planetarium Labs joined hands as part of the Gang House Fund to contribute to the Beer Gang ecosystem and the Kaia ecosystem as well, to invest and support many different kind of projects moving forward. I would like to ask for your continued support. Thank you. Sorry that I did not show you this slide. So with this, I conclude my presentation. So Beer Gang 2.0 is pending. So in Korea, I hope that we would be able to have great achievements through the Gang House Fund to also revitalize Boost tokens in the future. So I would like to ask for your continued support. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 발표에 수고해 주신 두 분께 다시 한번 큰 박수.
So thank you very much. Please give him a round of applause. Now we are going to have the next presentation. Mr. Yuta Tanured, the business partnership manager from BitCut, is going to deliver his presentation on BitCut's regional business expansion.
큰 박수로 환영해 주십시오, 여러분.
Hello. Hi everyone, and good afternoon. My name's Utah, and I'm going to keep this short and sweet. First of all, I do want to ask everyone, has anyone ever been to Southeast Asia or Thailand before? Anyone at all? Okay. See, oh, wonderful. So you know that Thailand has become more and more of a digital hub in the recent years, right? First and foremost, getting a little bit into who BitCut is, which will be a bit integral for this discussion, which is that BitCut is the leading and top digital asset group in Thailand. We focus on democratizing opportunities via leading innovations for everyone. Lastly, my name's Utah. I support partnerships, leading them, as well as one of the many and most important ones, such as us with Kaia. Getting to know the digital asset landscape in Thailand means learning about who BitCut is, right? BitCut is comprised of around 6 companies right now. 3 of the most prominent ones are the ones up here: BitCut Exchange, BitCut Chain, and BitCut Academy. Many of you may have heard of BitCut Chain, the #1 digital asset exchange wherein we have over 4 million users, as well as 95% of the market share in Thailand, right? Many of the listed projects have partnered with us. Some of the prominent ones, of course, will include Kaia. supporting the ecosystem in Thailand. We have a large demographic. If anyone has been into Southeast Asia, you understand that people in Southeast Asia are very much stepping into crypto, very much learning about crypto. And for many, like, let's say, Tiger Research, right? You've done extensive research as well on Thailand, whereupon you now understand that it is a growing landscape, whereupon it is becoming more and more regulated, but in a wonderful way. BitCup has worked with our regulators in an extremely wonderful way, shaping the landscape, designing the regulations, as well as collaborating with various other ecosystem partners to make sure that we make a thriving landscape and ecosystem for even not just Thai individuals, but also international partners that step into the region. Right now, some notable numbers, I think, would be, first and foremost, the compound annual growth rate whereupon the crypto market is growing is immense, right? Speaking briefly, you can see that people have more crypto wallets. In the past, no one has had crypto, right? And as of now, I can say, as a proud supporter of the ecosystem itself, more and more Thai individuals have crypto, right, as part of their portfolio. And second off, 90% of them use Thai exchanges, which is wonderful. BitCup offers immediate and instant Thai bot withdrawal and deposit services, making it easy to transfer between your Thai bank accounts as well as your specific wallets, right? Following that, right now, BitCup plays an important role in creating a sustainable bridge, if you will. We've always aimed to provide people with the opportunity to bridge from the traditional finance world into digital assets and decentralized finance in general. In the past, we've seen many individuals take numerous risks, and with us working with the Thai SEC and various regulators, we know that we can support partners in the best way possible in enabling our users and our ecosystem to adopt and grow sustainably along with them in Thailand. Some notable projects here, but of course, one thing that I do need to mention is education. Education is the pillar of everything crypto in Thailand. That's why we have BitCup Academy. That's why we work with every single university and educational institution in Thailand to make sure that, first and foremost, we are in the curriculums. We are mentors. We are lecturers. We are graders of university students' test papers. We want to make sure that we start at the foundation and make sure that it is strong enough to develop a strengthened foundation for the country and the ecosystem itself. Moving forward, here's a brief overlook of the BitCup chain ecosystem. Right now, we have numerous projects on here, whereupon actually we have listed the BitCup coin on numerous exchanges. Some notable projects that we do have to mention, of course, would be Morning Moon Village 98, but also a little sneak peek, we will be supporting Kaia more and more on the BitCup chain. In this particular respect, we made sure that we are on the leading exchanges worldwide, as well as supporting numerous chains that can all in all not only work with our on-chain wallet, which is the BitCup Next wallet, but also stepping into a more global and diverse use case profiling, which would be the MetaMask wallet, right? Stepping a bit more into the presentation. Now, Thailand, a very diverse country whereupon it is geographically advantageous. Thailand is in the middle of Southeast Asia, whereupon you can find numerous people of numerous demographics adopting crypto, interested in blockchain, studying about digital assets. First and foremost, up north if you know Chiang Mai, you can actually find numerous events, but also at the same time, a lot of digital nomads setting up or working remotely in the northern region of Thailand. Whereas, of course, in Bangkok, BitCup's headquarters is in Bangkok, the business sector of Bangkok, which would be around here. Also, later in November, I'm sure everyone knows, there will be the DEF CON event, the phenomenon that will be bringing in tens of thousands of crypto enthusiasts into Thailand, making sure that not only will they sustainably grow with Ethereum, but also BitCup is supporting Ethereum very directly and cooperatively. So if you guys are ever in town, please do come chat with us today, and then we can, of course, set up something for November. And lastly, of course, southern of Thailand. I'm sure if any of you have been to Thailand, you know that the beaches are beautiful. That's one thing. But second off, having been there, we also know that a lot of people are using crypto as payments already in the southern region of Thailand. You can see a lot of shops saying that they accept Bitcoin Lightning, they accept USDT, and that's wonderful because we've been working with numerous vendors and partners worldwide as well as nationwide to make sure that we can support them sustainably. Okay, now, in terms of regionally growing, BitCup is, first of all, has been doing this for years, right? Hence why we had the BitCup coin, our native coin, listed worldwide, right? But also why we are, in the first place, partnering with leading actors worldwide, such as Kaia. Right now, we are growing not only regionally, but also exponentially into the global stage by partnering with large entities, not just Kaia, but also the Ethereum ecosystem, but also supporting those that are entering Southeast Asia, which we would be knowing. A notable aspect is that BitCup has partnered with 3 other Southeast Asian digital asset exchanges, Indodax, Coins.ph, as well as CoinHacko. All 3 are regulated in their respective laws, but also under the same MOU alliance. We support one another, making sure that the Southeast Asian ecosystem is thriving. Now, a bit more into Kaia, what we've done in the past, and a lot more to come in the future. 2 events in total. One, of course, the Web3 Era event. We had not only our group CEO, but the whole set of executives from Kaia at this event, which, again, thank you so much for traveling and speaking and meeting with our customers and the Thai users. Within this event, we did announce our official partnership, whereupon we had well over 600 individuals attending this event in a very small venue, that is. And second of course, we had this immense event. We rented out the biggest cinema in Thailand to make this happen, which it was still packed, that people were outside wanting to come in, right? So with that being said, you can now understand that it's not just BitCup, but also the Thailand ecosystem, like the landscape itself, is supportive of anything crypto. Okay, now, if you've been listening to what I've been saying so far, you would understand that Thailand is not only opportunist, but also supportive of people stepping into Thailand. I did just mention that anyone that wants to maybe talk about stepping into Thailand, growing into the Asian or Southeast Asian market, we are open to listening and talking. First and foremost, adoption is immense. Right now, institutions are supporting digital assets. Banks have their own arms that have their own blockchain networks that have backers and supporters from other institution-based ecosystems, right? Within the same aspect, they also support BitCup. We have working relationships with various banks and their venture arms or blockchain arms specifically, whereas in Web3, people are not only interested in knowing about what in terms of education, how Thailand's becoming the Web3 hub, but also right now more and more government policies and regulations are loosening up. The current and upcoming governmental regime has been supportive, very supportive of creating new policies, new regulations that actually make it easier for people to have crypto, but also safer for them to know what digital asset, what crypto coin is in their wallets, by working with people such as BitCup, who actually target these people, educate them, bring them into events like what we did with Kaia, and make sure that these people are in the know, right? Lastly, balanced regulations. I think really wanted to emphasize on this, which is the regulatory framework has been supportive of not only just BitCup, but also people that are just starting out, right? Of course, there's like market shares, there's people in the market, there's competitions, but in a new and very healthy way in Thailand, I like to say, which is that even with competitors, we work with them, we make sure that they grow, because all in all, we're supportive of making sure that the Thai ecosystem is growing in the best way possible. That crypto isn't seen as a risk, as a security, but rather as something that's opportunist, something that we've been looking into for 7-8 years now as a conglomerate, as a group, right? Lastly, we've just announced a joint venture with World Bridge Group, whereupon BitCup is supportive of a new Cambodian partner, potentially looking at a joint venture in Cambodia, whereupon it will be our biggest and first step into Southeast Asia. Looking forward, we know that the Southeast Asian ecosystem is growing, like I said. Therefore, we do want to make sure that countries such as Cambodia are supported directly and in the best way possible with the correct people such as us, fully regulated, as well as always in the know with our users. I guess lastly, a little ad for myself, which is that BitCup will be having an immense event in October, right? The 19th and 20th of October, whereupon it's called BitCup Summit. We will already be having big partners. People that are already here in this event will be partners in our event, partnering with other large projects just announced today as well. So stay tuned about what's going on here. It's going to be at QSNCC, exactly where DEF CON is going to be hosted, which is essentially the biggest convention center in Thailand. If anyone wants to learn more, anyone wants to inquire about sponsorship or partnership, or just wants to attend, please hit me up. And I think that's everything for myself today. Thank you guys so much.
네, 빅컵 그룹의 비즈니스.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yuta, for your presentation. Now, it is time for the last session of Asia's Gateway to Web3. We will be now jumping into the panel discussion once the stage is set. And for the time being, I would like to introduce the later session. So we will be listening to stories in relation to RWAs. So we will be talking about Galactica ship from Galactica, which is the most used in Singapore and Southeast Asia, and also listen to a GrabJu project. And Tada Transportation MVL project using RWA tokenization would also be among the other presentations. So I would like to ask for your attention and support to the very end. So this session will be held in English. So if necessary, please put on the translation device. And please enjoy and be part of the panel discussion as well. Channel 1 for Korean, Channel 2 for English, and Channel 3 is for Japanese. If you are experiencing any technical issues, please raise your hand and we will come to the rescue. So I believe the stage is set. Let me introduce the topic of this panel discussion, which is Asia's GameFi, NFT, and Web3 entertainment market strategy in Kaia, which will be moderated by Vanny, Kaia DLT Foundation's Vietnam EcoBiz Manager. And we will also enjoy participation from Galaxy Strategy Advisor Jared Schwartz, Wallacey Jason Tran, Aura Network Long Eun-wen, co-founder, Emerge Group CEO Roy Keck, and last but not least, 98 project lead of Dagora Jasmine will be participating as panelists. So I would like to ask the moderator in the panels onto the stage.
Hello everyone. Hello. Thanks everybody to come to KSL. My name is Vani. I'm head of Vietnam at Kaia Foundation, and I would like to be the moderator for today's panel on Web3, GameFi, NFT, and entertainment in Asia. And coming to our panel today, we have 5 speakers. and I will let like everyone to like do self introductions. Is that okay? Okay, let's start with yes, Jared.
Hello, is that on? Yeah, hi, I'm Jared. I'm a strategy advisor at Galaxy. Nice to meet you all.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I think at Galaxy, we're probably best known for our Quest platform, Galaxy Quest. We're also building a Web3 super dApp. We have several products where you have like an AI tool now. There's like an airdrop research tool that we have. And then we also do some digital identity tools as well. Yeah, that's like a Galaxy family of products. Yeah, nice to meet everyone.
Thank you. And welcome, Jason.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jason. I'm the founder and CEO of Galaxy Wallet, and I am also your co-founder of Aputa Group in Vietnam. Yeah, Galaxy is a gamified Web3 wallet. We bring the gamified experience inside the wallet, and it's a kind, of marketing portal for Web3 projects as well. Right now, we have around, the 10K DAU, 50K MAU, and in a month, we generate more than 250,000 transactions for the Kaia platform. Yeah, very love, to share in this panel. Yeah.
Thank you, Jason. And next is Long, CTO of Aura Network.
Hello, my name is Long. I'm the co-founder and the CTO of Aura. At the moment, we are an abstraction layer for IP, and we built together with Story Protocol, partner up with a lot of others ecosystem to build their mostly IP and culture on them. If you have time, actually, our booth is just over there. We make this. This is like one of our signature product. It's a manga drawn by a co-creation manga IP. Co-created by more than 100 artists for the Kaia Island event, rebranding event. It's like you have like 100 people to draw and create more IP for Kaia. I think our collaboration with Kaia is very good so far. We generate a lot of artwork, everything on chain from NFT, questing, launchpad, and everything. Glad to be here.
Thank you, Long. Welcome, Roy.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Roy. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Emerge Group. So we mainly do Web3 game publishing. We assist games with their marketing, go-to-market effort, specifically within Southeast Asia. That's our key strength as well. So we are the official game publisher for like Immutable, Tezos, Gala, Chroma, and Say. So yeah, pretty much most of the games you've seen there is pretty much pushed out by us within Southeast Asia. And so yeah, glad to be here, and thank you, Kaia, for the invitation.
Thank you, Roy. And welcome the only female speaker today, Jasmine from 98.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jasmine. I'm from 98. So we have been building since 2017. We are based in Vietnam, and 98 is a crypto powerhouse in Vietnam, and we actually like building a lot of products under our ecosystem. We also have the community and venture apps. Our flagship product is the wallet, like Coinade Super App, and we accumulated like more than 10 million addresses for until now. And I'm currently leading the NFT marketplace under the ecosystem. And our aim is to make Web3 accessible for everyone. And I'm really happy to be here today.
Thank you, Jasmine. Yes, so today's topic is not like a new topic. So everybody is talking about Web3, GameFi, NFT for this past few years already. So it's actually a very ancient topic. But recently, actually, a lot of people keep asking us like, how do you see GameFi in the recent year, and what is coming up for the next trend of GameFi? So today, I'm bringing like all the experts in this industry to share you guys about most current updates, and also what would be the next trend. So the first question would be, just a moment. Yes. So the first question, I would love to explore more of the current status of GameFi. So like how do you see the current state of GameFi, NFT, and Web3 entertainment market in Asia? And what, so that's two phrase of the question. First is the current state, and the second is what are the key drivers behind the rapid growth in this region? Can I start with you, Jared? Yes, because you guys have so many users.
Oh yeah. So the current state of GameFi in Asia. I mean, I think like the Asian market, like it tends to have a very active user base, no matter what the application. Like when people get into something, they really get into it. For GameFi specifically, I think like we see a big proliferation of games, but there's certainly some challenges involved as well, where I think for the early growth stages of the games, there's a lot of competition, and then also there's a question about like how to onboard new players to try out the games as well. So I think like games are always going to be popular, and the user base is always going to be very active, but it's probably a matter of getting the right people into the game that you're developing. Yeah.
Yes. And so for you, the key growth would be getting users.
Yeah, and then like Galaxy knows a lot about that. Like we offer the Quest platform, which it allows you to reach out to different communities and incentivize that early stage where you want people to try out the game. So you run a quest, you offer some rewards for that initial step, and that's where like we see our role in like that early stage is to give a platform for that kind of activity, where you can offer incentives directly to the community that we have on the platform, as well as to other communities.
Thank you. And next, I want to ask Roy, because you guys like a very big Web3 game publisher in Southeast Asia, and I know you guys have game to go to market as well. Can you share a little bit about the current status?
All right, so I think just coming from a genuine point of view with regards to not just I think Southeast Asia, but I think the global market landscape as well. So I think in general right now the gaming landscape has been kind of mild, right? We don't see that there's going to be a huge growth right now or anytime soon. We've seen early spikes during the, I would say, post-New Year, right? Around February, March, we've seen a huge spikes of that basically player-based. And I think that is kind of crucial to a couple of factors. Of course, with Heroes of Mavia being the first game leading the charge at that point of time. So there are a couple of factors involved. First and foremost, I would say market condition and market timing has been great in terms of the entire, I would say, macroeconomic standpoint of things. And of course, for crypto as well, we have seen like a huge boost, which obviously we have seen that being cycled into games. And most of them, I would say, have been really critical with regards to most of the games trying to band together to launch at the same time, which then kind of dilutes the entire, I would say, experience and entire attention as well. So with regards to that, we have seen that the whole gaming landscape is still very tied to financials sort of, I would say, incentives, where most of them are very focused on how much are we earning, how much are we able to cash out, what's the TG and so on and so forth. And that's the whole narrative so far, at least within Southeast Asia. And most of them, speaking of questing earlier on as well, is very financial incentive alignment instead of being a gaming sort of experience, which is why I feel that at least in Southeast Asia, most of them are very focused towards, I would say, financial incentives instead of saying that I'm playing this game because it's fun. And we have seen that the whole gaming experience as well has been geared towards that, right? You have looked at the tap game on Telegram and so on and so forth. It's very kind of brain-dead gaming concept for them to kind of be, how much am I going to earn, right, in terms of the amount of hours I'm putting in. But however, I would say in Southeast Asia, there's still some, I would say, saving grace to it, because we have seen huge amount of viewership when it comes to esports gaming events in Southeast Asia, right? The amount of, like, I would say, passions for game is crazy. For example, for Philippines, right? For Philippines, when their Mobile Legends SEA Games teams won gold medal, and they returned back to the airport as well is filled, right, with their flags and stuff welcoming their national heroes. So gaming is definitely huge. And if you look at the DAU, MAU from a Web2 gaming standpoint, it's huge in those games as well. And I'm not just talking about AAA game titles. I'm talking about, like, you know, your normal hyper-casual game is crazy there as well.
Thank you, Roy. So before moving to the next question, is there anyone want to add anything to this question?
Yeah, I also, add more point of view from what I see. We also, one of the gaming publisher in Vietnam market for long years, and we see, in the GameFi, actually is compared to the last season until now, there's some change. There's some change that we can easily can see. The first one, you can see in the tokenomics. With the tokenomic is the last season, it's not work, right? It's not work. So there will be a new kind of tokenomic, and it should be, find more way to have a sustainable revenue for the game. It means that, all the developer right now should focus on the quality of the game instead of, the financial thing. That is the one thing. The second one is there still be some obstacle until now. That is, the regulatory acceptance from different countries. So it also one of the difficulty for developers. The last but not least, right now, developer will find a way, to shorten the gap between the Web 2 and Web 3 users by, by adopt on the platform with a very big, huge user base of Web 2, like Telegram or, the like next time, right? So that is a very good way, to grow users and convert them from the Web 2 to the Web 3. Yeah, that's, that's my point of view.
Thank you, Jason. Also, thanks for mentioning Line, since we're running like a very big program in Line now. And moving on, the next question would be, in your opinion, what are the most significant challenges facing GameFi and NFT marketplace in Asia today, and how are you guys overcome these obstacles? And Jared, do you want to start first?
Actually, I think Jason like really nailed it in the last answer. Like in the previous season, we saw that a lot of the tokenomics were not sustainable. So I think even if like the newer games like don't necessarily have the same tokenomics, there's still that reputation there, right? Like people think of GameFi and they're gonna think unsustainable. Like I'm not gonna get rewarded for my time with financial incentives. But yeah, I think the solution, like in addition to some of the abstraction stuff and bringing in Web 2 users, like Jason was saying, is to really focus on, and then yeah, I'll agree with you here too. Like the game should be fun, right? Like that's one incentive that you can give to players, is actually making, fun in itself is a reward for spending your time. But then, there should be other incentives as well for it to still be considered GameFi. So they should be getting some kind of financial benefit outside the game as well, using hopefully newer models that will be more sustainable in the future. But yeah, I think the key is just the fun part. Like if you're having fun playing the game, then the financial stuff is going to be a nice bonus, right?
Thank you. And along working with like Aura Network, I know you're working with many builders in a GameFi trend as well. Do you want to share anything in this?
Right. So I have a little bit pessimistic view, actually. I think so. I think the biggest challenge that we see at this particular moment on the GameFi trend is the narrative is not there. So we see that I think we have a little bit of spark on September last year, where a bunch of GameFi projects have their tokens on KuCoin pumping in a very short period of time. And then it's dead, right? People go, it's a GameFi, so you have to separate the game and the fi. For games, I'm a gamer, I play Black Myth Wukong, I play League of Legends, I play StarCraft and stuff. Why do I play like fishing and gambling? I don't know, not like fishing on chain, like why? It's not even in my genre as well, right? But instead we see some other kind of game who are thriving. games that actually make money. So a lot of speculations and a lot of it all depends on the speculations and all depends on how do you do go-to-market strategy. Pixel is very is thriving because they have like before they go on Polygon they have nothing, and then they go to Ronin and Ronin buff the shit out of them, so they have like, 1 million people play their day, so that's why they make a lot of money. And then we see the wave of the games on Telegram, right? Especially in Hamster Combat, Notcoin. These people, they make money not because they are GameFi. They make money due to their Web2 wave of getting incentive from Web2. They incentivize people to buy stuff to earn more tokens. They don't even give tokens to them. They ask people to watch their YouTube televisions so that they have money from Web2. So I think the GameFi, the true Web3 GameFi narrative is not there yet. And I think on this cycle, we're going to see something. And I'm betting on a kind of a new narrative that is fully on-chain. Something about IP, which I'm a little bit biased since I work on IP. I think IP will be something that, first, it gives you a new primitive to work on-chain. If we talk about GameFi, what part of GameFi is on-chain? Only tokens. Maybe NFT, you don't even have other primitive on-chain to play with. So whatever you do, it's all DeFi also over again. It's just a way for you to catch user attentions. And I think IP is a new primitive that you can work on. It's gonna pioneer on the cycle. And if that time comes, like our moment will be returns.
Thank you, Long. And to close this question, I want to ask Jasmine as well as like one of the biggest builder hub in Vietnam.
Yeah, I think I agree with Roy and Long from the point of view that we are in a phase that I think we haven't reached that booming period yet. I feel like we are in more like in the building phase, although we already have a lot of games in the space. We have a lot of like innovations in terms of like economics and also like game genre. But I think from the product point of view, the question is like how to build something like that has a sustainable business model. So I think the beauty of blockchains in game is that we actually build that on a financial layer and even like NFTs. So how to balance that and what kind of like target audience that you want to get into the ecosystem, and how you are going to get that all kind of financial benefits, and also at the same time have to be a very high quality products. So high quality of games or high quality NFTs collections with the right directions and also the right business model, so that it can actually last long, because I think that everyone needs to build for a period of time that you wait for that moment for the narrative to come. And another challenge, I think, is the fragmented community, because we have so many, strong local community, but it's very different cultures. And whenever some projects want to penetrate into Asia, they have to have a very clear strategy for each of the regions or each of the country, and how to tap into the player or the user base there and get the right, I think, like strategy to build the community. Because I think like NFT and GameFis are all come down to the community, the players, and like to build that kind of like loyal user base so that you can have a very long-term and sustainable growth.
Thank you, Jasmine. So from everyone have been mentioning, there's a lot about like community and users and onboard users from Web 2 to Web 3. So the next question will be for everyone in the panel. It's about what would be your unique strategies to attract, educate, and retain users. Let's go from Roy. You have been a little bit quiet.
Yeah. I think with regards to strategies of retaining users, I would say it really depends on what you're looking to achieve, right? If you're looking to achieve in terms of obviously getting, more attentions to your projects, people buying into your projects with regards to the token standpoint, price protection standpoints, it's always about the financial alignment, right? It's always about the distribution. what I mean by distributions, how much how many users are out there holding your tokens? I think that is one of the most important factors to determine if a project is successful for post-TG perspective. Right, with regards to pre-TG perspective, that's totally different, right? It's with regards to how hype your project is, how much engagement you have on obviously on socials, and of course your active users that is engaging with your games and engaging in your communities, talking about you. I think that is something that's very, very important. It's all about the hype, about the buzz. So in terms of the strategy standpoints, I would say it really depends on what you're looking at. For pre-TG, my most important thing, and I will always highlight to all of our games that we're talking about, is to engage with as many users as you can, right? Then in terms of, I would say for user retention, user acquisition, I would say you work with guilds, that's very important as well. Getting active players there as well. Working with the various, I would say like alpha groups, collab partners, that's something that's also very important as well. And of course, if you're looking at getting your apps on App Store and stuff, some Web2 traditional, I would say gaming marketing is very important as well, like your ads, your loadings and stuff, that is very important. But for Web3, I would say working very close, when it comes to post-TG, working with a lot of your like trading community is very important as well, right? To maintain your price, getting the hype, and of course, so obviously with the various exchanges launching like certain marketing trading competitions and stuff as well.
Thank you, Roy. Long, do you want to add anything to this question?
Yeah, sure. I think it's so like Roy already said, right? It's you have to know your audience and you know what you want. If it's a game, like it has to be very clear. Either you are targeting Web3 users who, frankly, only care about the FI part, but not the game part, or actually people who want to play the game. We haven't been very successful in the game part so far. I mean, probably the biggest one is maybe from the last cycle is Axie, right? And then Big Time is pretty good. But then how many people actually play it for fun, right? So for strategy, I think recently there's a lot of new way of do GTM for GameFi. You have to do very smart in your airdrop. You have to be very smart into tricking people into speculate your coin with huge backup and then a huge number of users. So these are the things that Telegram stand out, right? Telegram stand out, and then now we have Kaia, which basically you can your people own like Line and Kakao, right? So doing exactly the same playbook as Telegram is like extremely smart. Targeting like a large number of users, so you have boost up all the organic numbers, and then like partner up with like big players so that people speculate on the token to come. I think these are like the standing out strategy of go-to-market now today. I saw like some other people who are betting on the narrative of the next cycle where they go back to the traditional a little bit by doing like purely on-chain games on like big thriving ecosystem like Bera or Monad or maybe Sui Aptos. Actually, they may come back and then boost something. But I think these are the only thing that I have observed so far. Still, like whoever is building out there and whoever is planning something smart, we are like very keen to see like how it's going.
Thank you, Long, for your insight. Jason, do you want to add about your strategy as well?
Okay, thank you. For Walasi, actually we bring, one of our key is bring the fun emotion into the customer journey. Yeah, that's our strategy. And we divide in two types. The strategy, to adopt the Web3 user to our platform. And the next strategy is adopt Web2 user to Web3 and to Walasi. Yeah, it's mainly, we still, gamify all of our ecosystem, all of our product, and for our customer as well. Another thing is we are, taking the advantage from, the very huge Web2 user base platform like Telegram, like next year. I think it's very, very short question, short answer, for this. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Because of time is, I know all the speakers have a lot of things to share, and I really want you guys to share more, but the time is up. So if you guys have any answer or question to the speaker, please talk to them after this speech. And before we end, do you guys anyone want to say the last word to the audience today?
Well, I think what we learned is that there's a lot of potential for GameFi going forward, but of course there are some challenges to be overcome as well. But it's great to know that people are working on it. They're developing fun games. They're developing tools that the games can use, and they're developing, like we are at Galaxy, tools that can be used to help grow the community and incentivize people to also do activities both in and out of the games. So it's going to take, all of these factors working together, but I think there's a bright future for GameFi.
Thank you. So I would love to say thank to all the speakers as well as the audience at today's event, and hope to see you guys soon in all other events of Kaia. And please feel free to ask the speaker anything after this panel. Thanks everyone. Thanks you guys.
Thank you everybody for the great panel discussion. 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다.
Big round of applause, please. Thank you very much for your hard work, and you may return to your seats. Thank you very much. We talked about the main agenda of KSL 2024 Asia's Gateway to Web3 during the panel discussion as well. With this, we would like to conclude the Asia's Gateway to Web3 session and move on to the next session themed The Future is On-Chain. So let me give you a brief overview of this session. We will be looking into RWA token projects with real-world cases. We will be looking and listening to the first presentation of Galactica and also GrabJube, which is a ride-hailing service big in Southeast Asia. And we will now next listen to Tada Envol as well. And we would also take a look at the gold-based exchange named GPC tokens from Crater, delivered by James Im. We would hope you would get as many insights as possible. So let me briefly introduce the presenters of this session. Galactica Young Kim, InvestaX Julian Kwon, GrabJube Ju product owner Jongun Lee, Tada Envol KU, which is a CEO, and Crater CEO James Im, and Fireblock sales director Jeannie Lee will be presenting in order. And once again, after all the presentations, we will have the last panel discussion for the day. I would like to ask for your continued support and attention. Then, as the first presentation of The Future is on-chain, we will listen to Mr. Young Kim, CEO of Galactica, who will be talking about connecting global investors with Indonesian ships through the Galactica Ship Financing and Tokenization RWA project. Big round of applause, please, and let's welcome Mr. Young Kim. Good afternoon. I'm Young Kim, CEO of Galactica. Today, I am pleased to introduce Galactica, the first ship-based WRA project, to you. Galactica aims to revolutionize the shipping industry in Indonesia through blockchain technology and give investors around the world opportunities to invest in safer real-world assets. Galactica is a joint venture between the Kaia Foundation and Indonesian conglomerate Korindo Group. Korindo was founded in 1969 and is now one of Indonesia's leading conglomerates, with PT Peladan Korindo in particular revolutionizing the Indonesian shipping industry. by bringing in foreign capital and operational know-how. By adding blockchain technology to Korindo's assets and local know-how, we aim to drive innovation in the real-world asset market by capitalizing on Indonesia's rich resources and shipping industry. Then why Indonesia? Indonesia is the world's largest archipelago with more than 17,000 islands, making it a key hub for shipping routes. And in the west side, it is close to Thailand. And with the world's fourth largest population of 270 million people, which has great potential for further growth. In addition, its abundant natural resources make it an important player in the global economy with high resources as nickel, copper, aluminum, and tin, which are essential raw materials for EV batteries and high-tech industries, making it a region with numerous opportunities in the RWA market. However, direct investment by foreign capital in Indonesia remains challenging due to complex regulations and restrictive investment conditions. There are ownership restrictions on foreign investment in certain industries, and local partnerships are often required to comply with strict regulations. And there is a restriction for the stake to be as high as 49%, which is undermining the economic potential. Unfortunately, Galactica aims to solve these problems by utilizing blockchain technology and tokenization. We provide innovative financial solutions that makes it easier for investors to access and invest in Indonesia and tap into Indonesia's abundant resources and growth potential for stable growth and high returns. Our solutions contribute to the development of the Indonesian economy while opening up new opportunities for global investors. Then, what are the current challenges in the Indonesian shipping market? The Indonesian government prohibits direct export of raw materials overseas to promote value-added creations within the country, including nickel. So this policy has encouraged foreign battery companies to set up factories in the country, which is also the case for LG and Samsung. That's why the logistic demand has gone up within the nation. And more attention is being given because in the nature of an island country, shipping became all the more important. However, unfortunately, most of the ships are highly aged and monopolized by some few players. And the government, in recognition of the current situation, tried to carry out an Indonesia Maritime 2045 roadmap to make the ships more modern, which will aim to improve infrastructure, modernize the fleet, and enhance the competitiveness of the industry as a whole. Galactica is aligned with this roadmap, providing innovative solutions to accelerate the modernization of Indonesia's shipping industry. And by tapping into RWAs, we will introduce more efficient and modern vessels, maximize the efficiency of the shipping industry as much as possible. So if we take a look at the Indonesian's shipping industry on the left side of the chart, there are 11,422 registered vessels, which is very high in terms of global volume. However, the size is 2,641 tons, which is relatively small. And on the right side, you would be able to see the tanks. So as of 2021, there are so many retirement age ships. As a result, Galactica will use RWA tokens to finance the acquisition of larger and more modern vessels and enhance the competitiveness of the Indonesian shipping industry. Then why do ships need financial solutions? Which could be counterintuitive. So the financial services that we have are not currently available in Indonesia. To purchase a vessel in Indonesia, you will have to have 100% equity capital as initial investment upfront. For instance, if a ship is 10 billion Korean won, 10 billion won will have to be transferred in to receive or make a purchase, which is a big burden to ship owners. And small players will not be able to enter the market at all. And after delivery of the ship, the nationality of the ship needs to be changed to Indonesian before getting a mortgage loan for financing. And the inefficient financial structure is undermining the development of the shipping business in Indonesia. So the difficulty in raising capital to purchase and operate ships delay the introduction of larger, more modern vessels, and in turn reduces the competitiveness of the entire shipping industry. And small companies have no choice but to continue to use their old retirement age ships. That's why Galactica aims to address these financing challenges and transform the process of purchasing and upgrading ships into faster and more flexible capital financing structure, making the Indonesian shipping industry more competitive. Then let's take a closer look at our ship financing products. So this is our ship financing product. So if you are to invest in our product, after the offering period, the funds would be held in an escrow account in Indonesia. And the escrow acts as a safe custodian of the invested funds and is structured in such a way that the money can be paid to the seller of the vessel. And after the vessel is moved from overseas to Indonesia, the vessel mortgage will be taken out after the change of Indonesian nationality. And the principal and interest is repaid in Galactica, and the investors are then reimbursed by the platform. So Galactica's ship finance can be invested in USD and offers investors a return of 10% per annum. In addition, ship financing products would be able to enjoy benefits from our offering. And the ship financing product is very short, from 6 to 6 months. So the investors would be paid with return in a short term. And Galactica's ship finance products are regulated by Singapore. And in the case of ships, they would be documented as such. And the ship's departure, arrival information, and current location would be able to be tracked in real time. So it's a very transparent product, thus safe. Then let me talk about the ship equity token. So the investors would be investing in the ship token. Depending on the ship, it will be different tokens. And as for the purchased ship, the ship operator would be in charge of operation and purchasing. So on a monthly basis, the ship operators would be paid with monthly fees, and the investors through Galactica would be receiving monthly yields. And by doing so, from the investment point of view, monthly revenue would be secured, and also long-term revenue or profits could be expected. And in the case of ship equity tokens, it's done for a long period of time. That's why it is also used in the secondary market. And as mentioned, the ship location would be able to be tracked with transparency. So Galactica is participating as the flagship RWA project of the newly launched Kaia RW Asset Alliance. So the Galactica's products will be at the core of the upcoming Kaia RW Asset ETF, And we believe that in the new future, you will be able to invest directly in Galactica products through ETF, making it an easy investment experience. Galactica's future. So we are taking first steps in revolutionizing shipping. While we are currently focusing on ship financing, in the near future, we will be tokenizing ship stakes to give investors more opportunities to earn greater returns. And as the next level, Galactica is also planning to own ships and looking to tokenize more types of ships than ever before. And we're not only looking into ships, but other asset acquisition opportunities. Then having said what we said, how can you invest in our tokens? We are collaborating with InvestaX, which is a RWA token launch platform licensed by MAS in Singapore. So users can sign up through the Galactica software as a service to look at products and sign up for them. So it's up and running, so you can scan the QR code to access the actual website. So our ship finance RWA token is only for 3 to 6 months, so secondary transaction will not be available. However, in the case of ship finance tokens, it will be longer and also offered in the secondary market. Galactica's growth in the coming years will change the future of shipping in Indonesia and the world. So we hope you will follow this journey and grow with us as well. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Young Kim, for your presentation. Let's once again give a big round of applause. Moving on to the second presentation, which will be delivered by Julia Guan from InvestaX under the topic of real use cases for real-world asset tokenization. So let's welcome the presenter with a big round of applause.
With big round of applause.
Thank you. We good? Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Julian Kwon. I'm the co-founder and CEO of InvestaX and IXSwap. We run 2 licensed real-world asset security token platforms. And today we'll really focus on InvestaX, which is based out of Singapore and helping a lot of exciting products like Galactica that was just mentioned recently. Ooh. Sorry, I'm just trying to make this work. Sorry, click down. Oh, here we go. Okay, great. We actually were the first company in Asia focusing on security tokens, STOs, which they're now called, still called in Korea. The rest of the world is using RWA acronym, Real World Asset Tokens. It's the same thing. But back in 2018, we actually came to Korea. It was the very first discussions and topics around STOs. And it was basically using the blockchain and smart contract technology to wrap real-world assets, equity, debt, real estate shares, startup shares. And our belief back in that time was that in a world of digital assets, including Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies, stable coins, and now NFTs, DAO, all of the development of assets, we'd want to have a world of digital securities and security tokens, and they could all interact together. Why would you not want to buy, sell, and trade shares of your company as easy as you can Bitcoin and Ethereum? And I think the answer for us is that we would want to do that. So how do we now go about building the key infrastructure that allows anybody to legally and compliantly buy and sell, security tokens? So, as I said, we actually started as a real estate crowdfunding platform in 2015, based out of Singapore with a focus on Asia, helping issuers, including real estate, private equity, venture capital startups, issue investments, and for a global investor base to be able to buy them online. As the original beginnings of crowdfunding and P2P industry in 2013, 14, 15, 16, it was very low technology. So you had websites that were selling investments from around the world to investors all over the world. But behind the website, people were still using pieces of paper. So we'd had an improvement, but it wasn't really a dramatic improvement. It wasn't like a 0 to 1. It was like a 0 to 0.2. So when we saw the ICO boom of 2017, we immediately thought we should use this technology. This is what the technology we were looking for years ago that didn't exist in 2014, 15, because that's only when Ethereum first launched. So in 2017, 18, we see the first people talking about security tokens and real-world asset tokens. The name RWA is simply the latest name for the industry. In 2017, it was STO, then it went to digital securities, then it went to tokenized securities, and now we've come to RWA, which is really a name that the cryptocurrency industry gave STOs over the last year or two. And the reason that's really interesting is because up until 2022, cryptocurrency industry was not interested in RWA. They didn't want KYC, KFC. They didn't want KFC. They didn't want KYC. They didn't really understand, you know. And in 2022, around this period of time, there was the meltdown in decentralized finance, the infamous Luna, FTX, and no one was being able to earn any yield on their cryptocurrency. When you hold stable coins like USDC, or USDT, or even Bitcoin, historically there was no yield. So people started tokenizing treasuries and money market funds. I'm going to skip through this. Ooh. So people started tokenizing treasuries, money market funds. These were, at a very interesting time, paying 5%, 6% interest, and they did it on chain. And that was one of the big revelations for the space. Up until 2022, many people in the STO industry, many people in Korea today, they think that they should issue these securities on private blockchains. This is not the right thinking. The whole point of using public blockchains is so you can interact with all the other digital assets. Bitcoin is not on a private chain. USDC, USDT is not on a private chain. There are no cryptocurrencies on private chains, right? So if you want to interact with the value of decentralized finance, the value of stable coins and cryptocurrencies, you have to be on the same technology, right? So what's happened in the last year or two has been an explosion of projects and excitement around RWA and STOs, and they're being built on public chains. And therefore, people with cryptocurrency, stable coins can buy them instantly on chain. And then we had Larry Fink, BlackRock CEO in November last year, I think, said, everything's going to get tokenized. It's something we said 5 years ago. And it's all going to be on public chain, something we also said 5 years ago. So now all of Wall Street, traditional finance, understands the value and are all piling in, right? So what's being tokenized? All kinds of industries, right? Galactica, we're working with Kaia and Galactica. They're one of our clients, and we're looking at, you know, redesigning and redefining the concept of maritime industry investments. But you have commodities, you have real estate, you have private credit, private debt, you have startups, you have carbon-related projects, equities, debts, all kinds of shares. Because typically when there's more than one shareholder in any asset, there's a special purpose vehicle, an SPV set up, and then it goes and buys the real estate or buys whatever, you know. And so a big focus of the industry is tokenizing these shares, making them digital for all of these private market assets, which basically then gives them the value of publicly traded shares connecting to all of the private market assets. Tradability, transparency, digitization, and all of these kind of benefits. And what's really interesting is that what most people don't understand the value is that you are going to see a whole new world of investment products. You have programmable securities, new forms of debt, new forms of equity. The first ETF was launched 30 years ago. It It was considered a failure. It raised $6 million. The legal fees were probably 3 times that. But when you took that new technology structure, at the time was an ETF, and you married it with the public markets, you now have an $8 trillion asset class. So people need to look way beyond the very basics and 101 of tokenizing a share of a company to see the true value. I'm going to jump into what that value is, and then I'll quickly wrap up what our company does for everybody. So today, the world of STO RWA is still really focused on number one, which is digital's better than paper, email's better than paper. That's fine, that's where people most like to begin. But the real value comes when you start connecting these assets to the power of decentralized finance. Our sister platform, IXSwap, was built over the last couple of years. It's positioned as the Uniswap for STOs, real-world assets. It allows anyone with a real-world asset to start a liquidity pool. It looks and feels like Uniswap, but behind it, it has retail securities licenses and custody licenses. So it's a legal pool and a legal trade. But it means anyone, your startup, your real estate project, whatever it is, you can come to IXSwap and you can start your first liquidity pool. It is completely game-changing for the whole industry, but it's the first one in the world. The next value proposition of security tokens over paper shares, you can start to make your assets much more valuable. So if I can take my startup shares, which typically I can't do anything with, and I can lend on them and borrow on them, and then stake them and bring these, just call them Wall Street banking services, to these assets, it's going to be infinitely more valuable. We saw what that meant really at the beginning of DeFi in 18, 19, when cryptocurrency was initially just speculative. There was nothing to do with it. You couldn't really buy anything. And then people started bringing out lending protocols, borrowing, staking protocols. The assets became more valuable, then the value of the cryptocurrencies infinitely grew. So when you can take STOs or RWA and you can lend and borrow and stake, it's infinitely more valuable, right? Same thing you can do with sort of publicly traded assets. This is huge. This is going to be much bigger than trading volume of STOs, and we're just getting started. The next part is actually new products. So we tokenized our ESOPs. Typically, if you give ESOPs, employee stock options, to staff, they have to wait for one chance to sell. That's typically it. And before then, nothing. So now our team can buy and sell their shares amongst themselves. So that makes them more valuable. That makes our ESOP plan better than everyone else's, because everyone else is still on paper. We have Venture Capital 2.0. We just launched a VC fund in 1 week, tokenized. We had 400 investors, raised $500,000, and 1 week later is a secondary trading pool. This is 100 times better than a traditional VC fund. This is new investment products that I mentioned before, where we have an ability to program the securities, and we have infrastructure that allows users, investors, or managers, fund managers, or issuers to be able to offer a lot more value and a better structure. If you have a better structure, you will capture more capital. If this VC fund wants to raise money, and if I have a VC fund that's tokenized on IXSwap or Investor X, and this VC fund manager has a piece of paper, like every other VC fund, and we're raising money, and we're both telling everybody, we know the best Korean startups to invest into, so let's just assume we're both pretty good. And he says, give me the money. And his traditional venture capital is typically 13 to 17 years to get an exit. 17 years. On our funds, we've just proven it's real, it's a real product, it's live. People who invested into the VC fund we just launched, 1 week later, they can trade. 1 week versus 17 years. It's 100 times better. It's bigger than 100. This is an exciting area that people need to think about. How do you create the next real estate fund? We know that publicly listed REITs were very, very successful in certain parts of the world, especially out of Singapore. Essentially, public listed REITs said, let's get high quality real estate that people can buy and sell that produces an income, and they can just buy and sell as easy as a stock. And then boom, huge growth. So that, again, is another example of a new technology and structure marrying a marketplace became hugely successful. You can do the same thing across all the different assets now. New real estate funds, new VC funds, new types of startup investing, new types of debt, new types of equity. Huge. And then the fifth one is hugely exciting. Coinbase is building an STO exchange in Abu Dhabi. A couple of the biggest crypto exchanges in the world are illegally selling huge volumes of security tokens every single day, and they're trying to work out how to legalize it. Because if you want to sell an STO, you need a securities license, right? And so you now have all of Wall Street, Larry Fink, BlackRock, Franklin Templeton, all the big Korean companies pushing really hard to get into the STO space. More exciting, at least for us, on the cryptocurrency side. You have Coinbase and all the biggest cryptocurrency exchanges working out how can they sell STOs to their clients legally and compliantly. They already have the technology. They know what blockchain is. They have hundreds of millions of users. And this is where both DeFi and TradFi have come together, and everyone's coming for this industry. All right? Very exciting. So just to give you a quick overview before I run out of time, what we offer on our platforms is a complete end-to-end solution. There's companies doing token issuance or just doing an exchange or having some kind of license, but it doesn't help anyone if it's not all stuck together. So we have a one-stop shop. You can come to us, you push a button, you don't need licenses, you don't need tech, you bring your assets, and we have a one-stop shop, and we're on 7 different public chains. Kaia is one of them as well, and we're very excited to grow that industry out with them. And it's a one-stop shop. You can issue, you can trade, there's KYC, there's wallets, you can pay in fiat, you can pay in stable coins, and it's all regulated under the MAS in Singapore. And our second platform, IXSwap, was built as the first liquidity pools and DEX where anyone can start a liquidity pool for their asset. So here you've got IDO platforms, which are all cryptocurrency only. Then you have RWA products, which typically sell only to accredited investors. You have the DEXs, which only trade crypto, not STO. And then you have our platforms, which have all of the abilities to trade any type of security for all investors. I think that's a wrap. Hopefully you'll learn something new today. Come to the platform, check out Galactica's project. We're very, very excited to help them redesign the whole way that the shipping industry is financed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr.
네, 줄리안 관 대표님 발표 감사합니다. Thank you very much for the presentation. Okay, let's move on to the next presentation under the topic of seizing opportunities transforming real-world assets in vulnerable emerging markets will be presented by Jong-geun Lee, Ju product owner from GrabJupe. Good afternoon, my name is Lee Jong-geun. So taking this opportunity, I would like to talk about RWA tokenization in Southeast Asia, and I am the Ju product owner. And I am also the Chief Visionary Officer as well. So you have listened to many interesting cases in other presentations about technologies and how the technologies could be used in real-life cases. Taking my presentation, I would like to talk more about our service and the perspective from the end user point of view and how we can utilize RWA's real-world assets. So our service has been launched 2 years ago, so we co-branded the service with Grab and Jupe together. So at present, we are being serviced in Indonesia, Jakarta, and also Bandung, which is the 3rd biggest city in Indonesia. And our service has, as a frontliner, is a recruiter marketplace. So Grab, it has the many F&B merchants, 90%. And if you think about F&B, you can be reminded of restaurants and cafes. So for the merchants to recruit part-time workers, we are offering this GrabJupe service to do job posting and matching service. And I will get to more details, but we have more than 10,000 merchants and more than 400,000 workers in Korea to be serviced in Indonesia. And I would like to talk about how it is connected with real-world assets. So if you think of the country of Indonesia, as have been mentioned in the Galactica presentation, it is very unique. And as have been mentioned to different kind of cases, there are many nations in Southeast Asia with unique aspects. So localization is a very important pillar in terms of successful business. So we started in Indonesia, and from the long term, we are tapping into the user base of 700 million population. So that is a target for our service. Then I would like to briefly talk about the problem and value proposition in Indonesia to offer more details of our servicing. So Indonesia has a number of difficulties and challenges, and in order to solve these issues, we have come up with a value proposition. So there are many words and concepts on the slide. When it comes to labor and finance, this is an issue of Indonesia, but it's also a common denominator running through many different Southeast Asian nations. So in order to solve this common problem, we came up with a good solution, which could also be part of the GTM to advance to other Southeast Asian nations as well. So the labor market in Southeast Asia have a lot of workers. So depending on the statistics, it will be different. However, Indonesia has approximately the population of 270 million or 300 million. However, despite of the high population, good quality jobs and good quality workers are not so sufficient, which is what the merchants say. So I'm trying to post one job posting, but I get 300 or 400 applicants. In Southeast Asia, in nature, is that the job turnover rate is very high, which means the merchants need to post and repost job postings again and again. And there are also many issues in terms of the financial market. So the financial inclusion rate or the financial accessibility rate is very low in the region. So people are offered with limited financial services. So from the financial institution, it is hard to have the data to evaluate the clients, and accessibility to this kind of data is very limited. That's why through the GrabJube service, we are trying to solve the labor market issue so that the qualified worker would be able to find a good quality job. And also the worker information and merchant qualifications and turnover information and facts would be used as foundational data for job posting or for financing and liquidity. So according to our survey, which is also external internal survey results, merchants, approximately 60% say that they need more money for operational expenses or to scale up their businesses. However, they face difficulties or they have financial accessibility issues to get financed by institutions. And also, there are same issues within workers. So the average salary is approximately 300,000 Korean won. Their salary is very low. However, they need to make payments on weekly or 2-week bases. So that's why the workers would need to have more financial accessibility and also have better availability of money. So we are offering HR services as well. So we do user acquisition, and by doing so, we would be able to introduce good quality data as part of HR data. Talking about the past salary and the turnover rate, some characteristics of the applicants, who would be best in serving or who will do a good job in terms of other job capabilities. So merchant data would be collected by our GrabJube. So we are offering HR services and also provide liquidity. So we have been in service for a year and a half. So we offer a job posting service. So in the case of the merchants, they could put out their job postings, the location of their store, and the basic salary that they're offering. So this kind of information would be integrated into our system. And if there is a 400 to 1 or 800 to 1 competition rate among the applicants, we are providing a service to screen out the underqualified workers. So up to this point, different kind of channels were used for workers to send in their CVs. However, we standardized the process and integrated the process into one channel to help screening so that merchants would be able to hire with more ease. And from the worker point of view, in the past, even though the CV was submitted, you will have limited visibility. You will not be able to check your application status. However, now our app is offering the status update to both merchants and workers as well. And as I mentioned, Grab has a great and broad user pool, and it's being serviced in 8 nations in Southeast Asia alongside with ride-hailing service. So that is a big potential for us. And the Grab merchants are aware of our service, and we are trying to help the merchants onboard onto our service. And Grab has a general user app and also the merchant exclusive app, which is the Grab merchant app. So they could receive orders and also coordinate deliveries through the Grab merchant app. So our Grab Jupe service is equipped in the Grab merchant app. So in the past, order treating factors were the main functionalities, but now if you are in need of a worker, you would be able to go into Grab Jupe, which is within the merchant app, to look for qualifications and also do screening as part of the seamless user flow. And in the back end, Grab basic information, the merchant information, and the type of business, the scale of business, among other factual foundations will come through the back end. So once the merchants onboard onto our service, we know and we have the information of the merchants. And the merchants will not have to input this information separately. It will be done automatically via integration upon consent of the merchants. So we are collecting basic information, which is very difficult to understand, and there's a lot of raw data out there. So recently, an area that we have been focusing on is among the data, we need to identify meaningful data. And that will be also linked to financing as well for assessment, and also it could be used as basic information for financial credibility evaluation as well. That's why we're trying to put our hands on high quality data and information as much as we can. So GrabJube is creating revenue within the app, and that's why we have created this kind of business model. And this basic information could be linked to RWAs so that for individuals, it could be either merchants or workers, would be able to be provided with liquidity based on this basic information assessment. And as have been mentioned on the left side, you can see what kind of information we can get from merchants and also the information that is necessary for workers. In the case of workers, when you apply for a job, you need to show who you are, what kind of qualifications you have, how much you're expecting to earn, and your turnover history should also be presented. So very detailed information will be captured by our service. Workers could also upload their CV themselves, and if they have special education, they could also upload certificates as well. So users, even though they do not have a credit score at a bank, we gather and have a lot of basic information that is an equivalent of information necessary for a credit scored. And if a worker applies and did not show up for the interview, we would also able to have quantitative and qualitative data as well to garner insight. And in the case of the merchant, we can see the business venue data, in the restaurant size data at banks. If there's no revenue for the store, approximation is done. So we have the equivalent function in the back end. So GrabJube is sitting on a lot of data from merchants and also from the worker side. So we have and we know the basic information. So this worker is someone who receives minimum wage. And most of the workers need liquidity on a 2-week basis to pay for their utility bills and also pay for their smartphones for different kind of reasons. So we, from GrabJube, are trying to provide from Web 2 to Web 3 as part of our financing schema. So this is part of our financial scheme, and blockchain kicks in. I think it will depend on the project, but token issuance and tokenization projects will happen very frequently. So we use the bill process. So we issue tokens, and this is not the direct investment that is happening, but we issue an e-note on the blockchain, and the e-note is separated and shared by different kind of holders for reimbursement, and this would also involve cryptocurrency. However, from the user point of view, they will not have to know anything about Web 2 or Web 3. So they will be receiving liquidity now to pay for my electricity bill. So cryptocurrency will not be paid out, but fiat currency would be paid. However, in the case of the financial institutions, Web 2 and Web 3 liquidity are very open. So investors would inject liquidity, and on the left side, we will be providing the e-note, which is the documentation or the documents. So this would involve different kind of products. So among the well-known products is the earned wage access. So it's like getting money in advance. So you get $300 for 1 month, and if you work 2 weeks, you have the right to get $150. So the details would differ depending on the case and the business model. But we also know about the merchants. We also know about our workers. We know how diligent the worker is and how much the worker worked. So based on this information, we can provide liquidity. And this is as part of the EWA approach. We will be servicing Unways access soon. So there are some players that provide this kind of services, but the fee is very, very expensive. And on an annual basis, it's more than 100% to 150%. So I think in the case of financial institutions, in the first tier, it will be approximately 10%. But in the case of Indonesia, the market is immature, so the fee is more than 10 times higher. In order to inject liquidity into this market, we are doing this kind of project, and because we have basic information that is necessary for financing, and as have been mentioned, the overall scheme is not so difficult to understand, and what you're trying to service is already practically in the world. However, what we're trying to do is we are the holder of basic information that could give financial access. So we have this kind of basic data. We learned the market and what happens among the market. And in the market, we already became number 3. And tapping into our user base and our assets, we are actively providing and willing to provide financial accessibility, tapping into the blockchain technology. And I think the highlight of our service is the e-note issuance. And also in the case of Galactica, if the period is short, if the life cycle is short, we could have investors to inject liquidity. However, in our case, the workers receive $300 a year, and if they need leases for a short time, I believe the market, not only in Indonesia but in the Southeast Asia, will grow. So we see great potential in this market so that we can provide liquidity for 6 months and also 1 year, and BNPL or credit scores might not be necessary. So we might be providing longer notes and BNPLs to fractionize the e-notes so that the investors could invest according to their tendency or preference and manage their own portfolios. So that is what we think as and consider as phase 2. I talk very fast, but I hope my message reached you. So we are already in service in the market. Up to this point, we are trying to collect many different data, but we are very much willing to work with different kind of partners, and we are very much looking forward to the partnership with Kaia as well. We are part of the RW Asset Alliance, and we're looking forward to the contribution of many different ecosystem players as well. And if you're interested in funding, please reach out to us for us to grow together and have bigger and larger coverage. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
네, 종걸린.
Thank you for your presentation. The next presentation is Transport Business RWA Tokenization and Future Expansion Direction to Connect Japan and Southeast Asian Market. This will be presented by Mr. Kaia from Tada Anvil. Please give him a round of applause. Hello, everyone. I'm the founder of Anvil and Tada, Kaia. The part that I'm going to share today is within the Anvil blockchain, how can we realize RWA products and why we make it? So Anvil is a group that is creating the blockchain ecosystem. In 2017 or 2018, before we start this blockchain project, the mobility service was first launched in Hong Kong, and we started to make the cross-border mobility service. And actually, we provided the service based on Web 2. And when we are transforming the market, and also we faced a lot of limitations to have some impact on users. And in 2017 and 18, we came to realize that blockchain can be a killer technology that can dramatically change the daily lives of people. And another biggest limitations that came to realize after make this technology is that even though Kaia has already created some big ecosystem, but when this was first introduced, what kind of role that we can provide, and in order to prove ourselves, we launched Tada, the ride-hailing service, in 2018 at Singapore. And after that, there have been a lot of drivers who are working on it, and we also make some EV, and that is Onion electric vehicle. And on top of that, from blockchain side, how can we support drivers and users working in this ecosystem? And the biggest burden of our drivers is that they have to get loan to purchase the vehicles. But in case of Southeast Asian countries, other than Singapore, the credit of drivers are not that high. So to wrap it up, under the big ecosystem, there are 3 different services that we provide. There's a Tada Mobility, MVL Blockchain, and Onion Mobility. In case of MVL blockchain, blockchain is serving as a main infrastructure connecting mobility and Onion. And Tada is top 3 ride-hailing service in Singapore. You may know that Grab is one of the largest ride-hailing service in Southeast Asia, and I think that is quite encouraging news. And on top of that, If Grab achieved remarkable growth as a Web 2 business, then we believe that Tada is showing the new paradigm shift on Web 3. So here, Anya Mobility is established for the e-vehicles, three-wheel e-vehicles, and as you can see here, they can also replace battery and mega station. And this is the business that we are doing right now. Then, why we decided to establish Musubi? So when one of the things that we came to realize after selling the e-vehicles to drivers is that drivers have to purchase the vehicles and also use it on the platform. They really want to purchase the vehicles, but they don't have the credit. And it is really hard for them to get the loans from the banks. And the biggest reason for their rejection is that this driver borrowed $10 about 5 years ago in the microfinance, but he couldn't pay it back. So the bank cannot give the loan to this driver. And almost 80 to 90% of drivers living in Southeast Asia are often rejected from the banks. And the biggest burden for them is the financial burden. And on top of that, another issue and challenge that we face here is that there are some rising needs about financial investment, but also it is really hard to find the alternative investment. And the bigger issue lies on drivers. And when we are developing the product and setting up the system, participants and contributors' benefits were the biggest points that we consider. And in order to address them, we established the Musubi. So as mentioned before, Musubi is bridging a two-sided market for vehicle. The drivers who have, and we set up to lower the entry barrier for drivers. And also the new type of services can be provided. And since this is blockchain and RWA, it became possible. The reason for that is for Southeast Asian drivers, actually it is difficult to set up the banks to provide loans. And also in order to set up the funds to provide the loans to drivers, all the process are quite time consuming. And it cannot be done by small startups or individual companies. And it would take about 2 to 3 years to do this. However, with this blockchain, what we can do is Japanese companies, Japanese investors, and other investors in matured market can be globally connected. So that is the blockchain RWA product. And as a result, so when we sum up the benefits, the biggest point of the benefits are two factors. This can provide a lot of benefits to drivers who cannot get loans from banks. They can get an access to financial services, and they can rent the cars and also drive this car for their own living. So also within the Tada platform or other platform, they can provide their driving service and they can earn their money for their living. And another benefits that we can see is for entity or public, this can be an investment product as an alternative investment. And risk can be hedged and even the impact investment can be made. So the first batch product that we primarily provided were all sold in Japan. The first one was Japanese entity investors and Japanese public investors buy our products, and these cars that we purchase will be rented to Southeast Asian drivers, and they are paying the rental to us. And usually drivers are paying the interest rates about 20 to 25%, and some of those interest rates will be gone to investors. And administration fee and risk hedging fee will be used from this interest payment. Japan still, it is ultra low interest rates, and the annual interest rate is under 1%. So actually in Korea, it is really hard to get a lot of interest rates from the deposit and the commercial banks. But by making this investment, they can see high yield. And the next stage is that the diagram has become much wider. In the previous slide, Onion Mobility is our company, so it goes under one umbrella. But here, there are some other companies such as transportation, logistics, and waste management. So while doing this work, one of the interesting point was that, and the biggest contribution and the biggest opportunities that we identify is that OEM companies, global top 5 OEM companies, have almost 40 different affiliates underneath. And in these 40 affiliates, their cars are all under their balance sheet. And those asset value is more than 30 trillion. But actually, they want to take this out from their balance sheet, so they want to make their balance sheet much lighter. So they want to make their capital and cash flow much lighter and to create some virtuous circle. But this requires a lot of jobs, including risk hedging. So with RWA, this can be tried. So even though this slide seems to be a little bit complicated, but what we are trying to do is that we are gathering all the vehicle operation data and basic and financial data of the vehicles that can be all accessed by investors. And all the related data can be shown on one NFT. So this data itself can become NFT'd. And when I am making an investment into products, biggest hurdle for investors is liquidity on the secondary market. So when I'm investing in the vehicles, I'm wondering if I want to sell this, how can I do it? So that's one of the concerns. But on the secondary market, it can be easily sold. So this will help to address some pain points of existing investors. So the part that we prepare for the next step is that the reason that we started this business in Japan is that the ultra low interest rates market in Japan shows that they want some high yield products in the financial market. So when investors are putting their deposits in the bank, their interest rates that they can see is about 0.5%. But if they are investing in other products, the yield will become much higher. So we thought that it would be a great combination between Japan and Southeast Asia. And industrial truck and global vehicles can be also expanded. And when it comes to global vehicle, when you look into the Singaporean market, Singapore is showing the really high vehicle price. So when Avante's second-hand price is about 10 million, but in case of Japan, that price, and also in Singapore, that price would become more than 10 times. And also the initial vehicle price is more than 200 million. So that itself will serve as a big entry barrier. So when that goes into RWA, actually the size will be remarkable. So we are setting up the RWA only with vehicles, and this will help to address some kind of issues and challenges of rental car companies, leasing companies, and transportation companies all together. And this asset size will be very big, and also it would have huge growth potential. So what we are preparing next. So we want to make some profits, and actually the structure itself is not that hard, but the most important part is to make it grow. In Japan, we sold out the primary testing, and actually the speed of growth and the speed of expansion and scalability are not that fast. So in that process, we identified the most interesting opportunities like Kaia, Line, and Doshi. All these platforms can address all the challenges that we faced, and they can serve as a gateway that we can get an access to huge user base. So in that case, I think it is better to work on RWA tokenization together. So we can work together and we can move on to the next stage. And I think that is the beginning of this alliance. And the last thing that I want to cover here is that the company was established in 2012, and also there were a lot of failures and difficulties. But the thing that we focus on is that the actual impact that we want to focus on here is that drivers. So in the mobility service, drivers are very critical. And in the mobility service, not just the drivers who are driving for their earning, but all the drivers on the road. So they can be regarded as contributors to our ecosystem. So we need to think about what will be the best way to generate the best benefits to them so the actual users can gain more benefits. And that is the part that we have focused on so far. And with close collaboration with Kaia, we expect that more and more drivers can see greater benefits. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. So we listened to the presentation from Kei Woo, and now we will move on to the next session, which will be delivered by James Im by Crater, under the topic of Crater, your gateway to decentralized finance with real-world asset integration. So let's welcome Mr. James Im onto the stage. Good afternoon. I am James Im, CEO of Crater. So I wanted to use a head mic, but my head was too big, so I need to hold the microphone in my hand. So I will do my best regarding the situation. So last year, Clayton has held an event, and we were able to introduce the Goal Station decentralized platform that we were preparing. And afterwards, it has been approximately 1 year. And we were able to come up with different kind of accomplishments in terms of business and development. So we come here with a good track record. So what I would like to talk about today in my presentation is to give you an overall overview of the RWA market. And from last year, we have been preparing a project that I will get back to in the later part of my presentation. So I would like to bring your focus on the DeFi and RWA-led DeFi, what we have worked on for the last year. So as have been mentioned, if we look at the market sectors, the CAGR is approximately 64.5%, which is very big, and it's also a manifestation of the growing market. And most of the RW Asset Alliance have been engaging in different kind of projects, not necessarily in terms of principal and interest. So it's not products that are traded within the traditional market. However, as you can see, the non-current assets in 2030 will take up the biggest pie, which is the area that we are working on in terms of the RW Asset Alliance with Kaia. So in 2030, we are expecting it to grow to 30%, but the market that we are targeting, including money market and bond market and ETF, we believe that by 2030, the RWA Alliance would be able to lead this market and portion. So as mentioned, We started with this project, which I will get back to in the later part of my presentation. So what did we do for the last year? In terms of goal-based DeFi and also RWA, we have looked into many different areas and we participated in different kind of seminars and events. And in most cases, RWA projects were individually claimed and Oracle issues were not so well responded to. So there are a lot of diamonds in one country in Europe, so that should be used to issue tokens for an RWA project. But who should we believe? We could not know if that country has that much diamond reserve, and will we be able to solve the Oracle issue? So we thought that this would be an area and project that it would be hard for us to engage in. That's why we thought that partnership would hold the key. So around the world, including RWA, we looked into STO exchanges. There's one in Malaysia, GreenX, and in Japan, there's Osaka Digital Exchange Co. And in Korea, there's something called BDX, Busan Digital Asset Exchange, is pending launch. And the most advanced was GreenX, the Malaysian digital exchange. So we are looking into STOs that are legally traded, but we thought that this could be part of our DeFi initiative. So since we are working under DeFi, we have a target for all the RWA assets to be loaded on. And for trading, we want to work with assets that are fully up to code and up to regulations. So let me introduce our partners who have joined our journey. So this is GreenX, Malaysia-based exchange. So the very interesting thing is that the mother company is listed on NASDAQ. And from Tradeify, it has been an operator of listings. So approximately 50 to 60 global companies were listed on NASDAQ and on other exchanges. And as a subsidiary, GreenX is an STO exchange. I think Malaysia is very unique in nature. There are many STO-related regulations. However, in the case of GreenX, it has a self-regulating organization and framework, which is great. So there is a special zone of Laguan Island. So through this free zone, this different kind of STOs through its in-house valuation mechanism were able to be listed and will be listed as well. So the actual products would be introduced later on. And one interesting thing is that GreenX has been certified of Sharia, which is a very important certification in the Islamic nations. So you have heard about halal. So depending on the process, the Islamic or Muslims would be able to consume some food or not. And according to the Quran, interest profits are a sin. So in the Islamic nations, there are no interesting financial products. So what we are seeing in the money market is occurring from interest. However, if you go to Islamic nations, the financial products are all dull. However, the population is more than 300 million people, so it has great potential. However, the financial products are not fun at all. However, in the case of GreenX, it has been Sharia certified. And the certification scope is already expanding as we speak. So this year, we will be meeting with GreenX partners and all the partners with us to display our RWA products in person, among other interesting events. So we had a great time. And RWA are real-world assets. So the purpose of the event was to showcase Picasso art pieces or satellites as well. So we were able to see the real assets in person to to see them being tokenized as well. And in the case of PDX, Busan Digital Asset Exchange, we at Crater are invested by IT Sen and one other biggest stakeholder. So IT Sen is the biggest stakeholder of BDX as well. So we joined hands with BDX and we have agreed upon the services that will be able to be launched. So I hope you will follow us on BWB. I'm not able to offer all of the details at this very moment. And in the case of ODX, Osaka Digital Exchange, as have been mentioned in the previous presentations, RWA is proceeded on. However, regulations are very strict, or flexibility is injected in, unlike Korean regulations. So flexible regulation application is possible, which is giving way to the development of a variety of financial products. So ODX is anchoring on real estate assets. Through ODX, we were able to conclude another partnership to further discussions. So with GreenX, we have created a gold station, or we put the products on our gold station exchange, and I will offer the details as to how this was done. So gold station exchangeable, dignity issued Gigaon token is out there. So in Arizona and Nevada, it has a gold mine. So through another entity, the ownership is admitted. So the stakes of that company has been tokenized on the gold station. So these STO tokens or ST tokens has been put in the custodian wallet, and through API communication, we check it. And in our gold station, in a wrap manner, the token would be issued. And the entire process is done on the individual side, not by our platform. So the holder, the Gigaon token holder, through the system integration, they will be putting in applications in a mapped manner. And in Gold Station, the issuance would be based on Kaia. So tokens would be issued based on real assets. And where does the decentralization come in? So using this as collateral, would lending services be provided? So that is also what we are looking into through strategic partnerships. So the role of DeFi is increasing to conclude exclusive partnerships. So as have been mentioned, when we think of DeFi, we think of crypto assets being traded on DeFi. However, the positioning of us in the future market is not only going to include that, but we're going to make sure that different kind of tokens would be able to come onto our decentralized platform to enjoy the leverage that we enjoyed in the past. So these are the kind of products that could be traded on our gold station. So the yellow is the Dignity Gold, and RXT is Rare Earth Elements, and Bright Sun 2UT is EV battery text, but it is patented. So the patent itself has been tokenized. And Chinese antiques and also sapphire gemstones are among different kind of products that could be traded on our gold station, and it will be launched at the end of this year or early next year. And all of these products would go onto the gold station as per the process that I mentioned early on. And when we first started our business, we have issued GPCs, gold peg coins, and the issuance is done on an individual basis. So more than 1 million users are using this. So through open banking, they buy gold by 0.1 grams as a safe asset. So we thought of a way to leverage them. So amongst them, gold, digital, NFTs would be able to be issued, and on the gold station, it will be minted in GPC's gold peg coins. And reinvestment in this DeFi would be possible. So silver, platinum, palladium, and copper, nickel, tin, and other rare metals are able to be traded on our gold station as well. So as I mentioned, BPMG and ITCEN are our biggest stakeholders to launch the joint venture of Crater. This is a map explaining or visualizing what I have explained previously. And another point that I would like to talk about is the case of Missy Company of Japan, which is a big company in Japan that has issued the Jipang gold token, RWA gold peg token. And if you look at the process and structure, there is an issuer, and the trader. Under the Japanese regulations, this all operates on a private chain, and this is the best under the circumstances. We have entered into a MOU with this Mitsui for technological integration as well. So as I mentioned, individual issuance would be done for lending purposes as well. And we also have plans to work with Bullion Star of Singapore. To wrap up my presentation, over the last year, we have successfully launched our service and operated with stability. And as has been mentioned in the previous presentation, through the RW Asset Alliance and through the Kaia Foundation chain, we hope to take on bigger responsibilities in the ecosystem. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
네, 제임스 심 대표.
So Mr. James Sim, thank you.
Prodel, your gateway to decentralized finance with real-world asset integration. Thank you for your enthusiastic presentation. The theme of the next presentation is Unlocking the Future, Trends, Insights, and Case Studies in Tokenized Real-World Assets. Sales Director of Fireblocks, Jeannie Lee, will give the presentation. Please welcome Ms. Jeannie Lee with big round of applause. 뜨거운 박수로 환영해 주시기.
Please give her a round of applause.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much, Kaia Foundation, for inviting me for this meaningful event. So today I'm going to present about the Unlocking the Future, the insights and case studies in the tokenized RWA. Moving on to the next slide. Okay. So as we move forward, we're witnessing more and more value transitioning onto the blockchain. So when it comes to the financial assets, both in debt and equity, the growth projections are significant. On the real-world assets front, we're expecting substantial growth in areas like real estate and infrastructure and carbon credits. By 2030, we're looking at the real estate on-chain increasing from 32 billion to 4.6 trillion. So carbon credit is also set to surge from the 0.4 billion to 20 billion by 2023. So additionally, by 2030, we're projected to see nearly 980 billion of real money on-chain, driven by the rise of the stablecoins and CBDCs. In terms of the institutional adoptions, we are witnessing a significant shift in the approach of the world-leading asset and fund managers, like giants like BlackRock and then Franklin Templeton, are moving beyond experimental POCs, and they're now launching a production-ready and scalable financial products on the public blockchains. This institutional embrace signals growing confidence in the technology and its potential to transform the traditional finance, potentially triggering a wave of FOMO among the other market participants. Tokenized money market funds and digital bonds are being brought to the market by both established asset managers like Franklin Templeton and WisdomTree, and specialized startups like Securitize, Hashnotes, and Superstate, and others. So tokenization brings the benefits of the blockchain to traditional assets, and including transparency, immutability, and traceability, and the new models for custody, clearing, and settlement. Let me give you an example with a tokenized gold. One of the key benefits is increased accessibility and then market expansion. Gold tokenization allows investors to gain exposure to gold without the need of physical possessions. So this opens a door to the new clients who are interested in the gold investments but might have been put off by the complexity of owning or storing the physical gold. Another advantage is improved liquidity and then trading flexibility. Tokenized gold can move beyond the traditional long-only exposure, enabling a more dynamic, recurring revenue model. And this makes trading easier, and potentially boosting market activity and giving investors more flexibility in managing their gold-based assets. From the operational standpoint, automating manual processes through the smart contracts will allow the seamless management of the entire life cycle. And additionally, the blockchain-based products and services significantly enhance the transparency and give investors the greater control over their assets, leading to the more secure and efficient investment process. And then here is the future state of the tokenized real-world assets. And at Fireblocks, we are seeing a strong demand across the various areas. And for example, the tokenized money offers us the ability to introduce the programmability, embedding the specific logic into the smart contracts. As we build for the futures, it's clear that today's payment systems, and no matter how fast, aren't fully equipped with a handle the creative and innovative use case of the horizons. And these include automated tax payments and programmable budgeting and saving and bill splitting and even the carbon offset contributions. So looking ahead for the future of tokenized real-world assets, we're envisioning in unfolding the two different phases. So the first phase is from 2019 to 2023. So during this initial phase, the early tokenized real-world assets projects that were publicly announced were primarily digital twins. And these regulated projects are typically involve two ledgers. So the official book entry maintained manually by the assets or fund manager, fund transfer agents, or a mirrored entry on the blockchain. The second tokenization phase is from 2023 to all the way and beyond. So we're now beginning to see the emergence of a fully on-chain tokenization. And the technology is advancing rapidly to align with the regulatory frameworks, with the key developments, including this permissioned liquidity pools, the impact of the deposit tokens on the stablecoins, and then the rise of the private blockchains. So we would like to highlight some of these key challenges that exist in areas such as liquidity, post-trade handling, risk management, and the infrastructure, including the custody, compliance, and blockchain support. While the technology offers the substantial advantages, tokenization should not be seen as a way to bypass the consumer protection, and it is imperative to uphold the rigorous standards in the prospectus due diligence and for the customer assets. The primary business benefits of this technology are the speed at which assets can be settled and transferred, and then the ability to fractionalize the high-value assets. Let me briefly introduce about the company where I'm from, Fireblocks. So Fireblocks is a technology company headquartered in New York. So US based in United States that provides the technology needs to send, store, or issue the digital assets. So financial institutions such as crypto exchanges, custodians, and banks, as well as the non-financial institutions or e-commerce or gaming companies rely on the Fireblocks network and with the MPC-based wallet infrastructure to securely manage the digital assets. So we founded in 2019, and Fireblocks has worked with more than 1,800 global institutional customers, including the BNY Mellon, BNP Paribas, and ANZ, Flipkart, WisdomTree, and Mocha brands. So today, more than 1,800 organizations around the world use Fireblocks services, and the number of the wallets created by the Fireblocks has surpassed 180 million. And here are some of our key use cases for the tokenization of the green bonds and carbon offsets. So for the green bond tokenization, we have a real-world example that aligns with the emerging standards, focusing on the pre- and post-issuance of the certification process, and detailed reportings on the allocations of proceeds. As for the carbon offset tokenizations, banks are now offering this as a new service to corporate customers and helping them to meet the ESG goals more effectively. So we also have a notable use cases in permission DeFi, stablecoins, CBDCs, as well as the broader Web3 space. So Fireblocks is a market leader in tokenization, so we offer a range of features and capabilities for tokenization, including the standards and customized smart contracts, compliance, and the smart contract level, and a flexible open architecture, and then robust API and SDKs. So as shared so far, Fireblocks has delivered solutions to meet the needs of a variety of markets and has leveraged the MPC and CMP as a secure storage solution for the digital assets. So building on its core functionality as of digital asset wallets, Fireblocks has expanded into a variety of use cases. Based on the experience we have accumulated in helping various global corporates on their tokenization journey, we look forward to continuing to serve as a platform for more companies to manage their digital assets. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the enthusiastic presentation. 네, 지니리님의 마지막 세션 발표였습니다.
That was the last session and last presentation from Jeannie Lee. So with this, we conclude all of the presentations. And we would like to conclude today with the last panel discussion. So I would like to ask for your patience until the stage is set. Thank you for your patience and cooperation.
네, 이제 어느 정도
Thank you for your patience. I think the stage is set for the last panel discussion, which will be held under the topic of the way to advance Kaia's DeFi sector and explore TVL user journey from RWA to DeFi, which will be moderated by Jason, the Kaia DLT Foundation DeFi lead. And let me introduce the three panelists. The first panel is Echo Lead Fuji from Kaia Swap, and the second panel is Alex Lee from Capybara, core contributor of Capybara Exchange. And the last panelist is the director of PEEF, Mark Tillment. I would like to ask the moderator and the three panelists onto the stage. Round of applause, please.
네, 이제 모더레이터.
So I will turn the microphone over to Jason, the moderator of the last panel discussion. So we can get started. Everyone is ready?
Jason, DeFi lead at Kaia. Today, joining the panel is Fuji, who's operation lead at Izumi and Kaia Swap. Alex, co-founder of Wombat Exchange and Capybara. And Mark,
director at the Peace Data Association.
Okay, for PIF, right? Okay. Oh yeah, for PIF. Nice to meet you, by the way. First time meeting. So yeah, I'll just jump into the first question. Since the merge has happened and we've launched Kaia Portal, which is a chain-level point system similar to Blast Gold, how do you plan to leverage this opportunity to scale your product? What new features will you be releasing, and what type of yield opportunities will you offer to users? For this, I think Fuji and Alex can give us a good answer. Fuji?
Yeah, hey everyone, it's Fuji, eco-lead at Izumi Finance and also the core contributor at Kaia Swap. First, I think we're super excited to see the launch of the Kaia Portal token, even though it got delayed like for 2 months. We also like engaged in almost every, because Izumi, we're building multi-chain DEX. So we get engaged in almost all the bootstrapping campaign of the public chains in this cycle. And we were also deeply engaged in the new paradigm hosted by Manta and Seoul, hosted by Merlin. And we think we can definitely leverage from this opportunity because you can find a great surge in terms of the TVL after you kick off the campaign. And we want to convert the users to Kaia Swap. So what we do is we also carried out a Kaia Swap point system that allows users to deposit their fund, swap, for a certain period of time, and they will get some extra Kaia swap points. I was intended to call that KPI abbreviation, but I think a lot of people will got mad because they don't like this term. And right now, I think in terms of yield farming opportunity, on Kaia Swap, you can get like more than 20% for your stablecoin position, and it's pretty safe without impermanent loss. For users who are adding like stablecoin position and even like provide liquidity for a Kaia/USDC trading pair, they can get like the Kaia Portal points, Kaia Swap points, and the additional real liquid incentive on that. I think it's super compelling. It's going to be very competitive among all the emerging layer 2s and out layer 1s.
Yeah, I'm Alex from Capybara and Wombat. So I think point system kind of represents a very real kind of thing we're all used to. I mean, we have credit cards, we have all these kind of cards and point system. People are very like acclimated and used to using point systems, and that's why I think it's a very good entrance point to get people into crypto. I know, like traditionally, like Zumi said, it's very hard and people don't really like points. But the reality is, how do you get people into an ecosystem? And the best way to do it is to get them with something they're used to, which is points. So, like Izumi, Capybara, obviously we received the D2I grant from Kaia Foundation. So thanks, Jason. And Kaia Foundation. So we'll have that, where obviously all that incentive is going back to all the users. So please feel free to stake on both our platforms. And finally, since we are actually doing like Capybara points, so feel free to trade, understand what this is, and for users, it's an easy way to just onboard into DeFi, which is what we're trying to do.
All right, thank you. Moving on to the next question. So we're expecting a lot of new builders to join Kaia in Q4. Do you have any plans on how you can help them scale their products? For example, will you be assisting with TGEs, providing support to grow on-chain liquidity, or offering forms of any types of assistance? Can we start with Fuji?
Yeah, as you know, like we have the double farming incentive campaign for the like verified projects on Kaia Swap, and also other than that, I think for most of the new projects, as you mentioned, you are having some promising game projects on board in the upcoming Q4. So I think back to the scene, we were super active. We were super active among the BNB chain ecosystem back to 2022. So we have like a lot of working cases, working close with some game projects to help them to bootstrap their pool initially. And most of the game projects are using double coin mechanism, which means they have their governance token are targeting to get listed on centralized exchange, and they may have their game coin as well. So initially, they just need a very small pool for their game token. So we can also do some market making support for these side of things. Yeah, that we also provide on-chain market making because we kept doing the same thing for the past 3 years.
For us, actually, Capybara is doing a launch pad. So, all these builders are coming onto, Clayton, Kaia chain. Sorry, I keep saying Clayton. That, we welcome you. And I think the difference for us is that, I think building is tough. Building a project, I think we all know that. Like whether you're like BD, eco, all that kind of stuff, it's not easy. So, like for us, like we want to cater to, these builders that want to launch. And we'll help you as much in terms of marketing, BD, all that kind of stuff. So everything we do is at your disposal, and on top of that, just sharing experiences. I think regardless if you're in marketing, social, it's tough, and we're here to help you, launch your token and make sure you have the best experience launching on Kaia.
And for Pith, so Pith is more, let's say, attuned to developers. It's a price feeder core at its core. So where we can actually help, that's where my focus is product-wise. Deliver the best infra so you can ship the best DeFi app you want, and you can. And the whole beauty of Pith, or part of its beauty, is being permissionless. So our goal, and for any infrastructure and any infra you use, you should hear Pith is successful if your app using Pith is successful. So you can expect from us, help integration-wise. Just reach out, Telegram, Discord, whatever. We'll help you build the app. But once you launch it, end of day, we'll do our best for you to win. And whether it's marketing, tech, BD, connection, we're lucky to have a big ecosystem. Izumi and Wombat Capybara are part of it. So very much we try to help you ship whatever you can do the best way.
All right, thank you guys. So just to add on, for the first half of 2024, we've been really working hard to build the basic financial layer and infrastructures for actual applications that have use cases such as games to onboard. And I can say that we, with the SpotDex partners we have, we can make any type of liquidity pool, whether you have a low market cap or a high market cap, whether you have high trading volume, we can handle all types of tokens. So yeah, I just hope a lot of games or any other type of applications that want to onboard understands that we have all the infrastructure for you guys to build a good product. So moving on to the next question. So you guys have been working with numerous chains. How was your experience building with Kaia? And why are you bullish for Kaia?
Which one I can start? So overall, I'm no engineer, so I'll just, let's say, speak on behalf of the engineers. Very easy to work with. If you've been dabbling with other chain before, you'll pretty much get one of the best UX, dev UX, and that's very important. And tooling's there, as we see. DEX, Oracle, RPC, etc. You'll get everything you need. So to ship an app from 0 to 1 will be fast and easy. And now I'm forgetting the later part of the question.
Oh, I was asking why you're bullish.
Oh, why bullish? Consumer facing. You need people. And throughout the past 2 weeks, this is Actually, one of the things I love the most, and of all the side events I've been around here, you have people. And end of the day, you care about this. Like, you can ship the best thing in the world. If no one uses, who cares? Like, it's the forest fell in the, tree fall in the forest, no one hears it. Has it really fallen off? So just, like, having people, having distribution is the most important. And like Kaia has this. Kaia has this very, whether in Korea or outside, has this distribution. And most often, like, arguably, it's usually not always the best tech that wins. It's the one that gets used. So I'm bullish, Kaia, for this. I mean, tech's great, but you have the distribution, and that's the most important.
I think for me, like, I'm bullish on crypto. And the reality is there are kind of main sectors of crypto, like there's obviously North America, there's Europe, and there's obviously Asia. But I think one of the main powerful sectors, like locations, is always Korea, because there's huge trading volume. But I think eventually, when Korea the users move away from the notion of just trading in crypto and DeFi, and that's when DeFi is. And DeFi is a very powerful thing. You see that, before the advent of all these like traditional like DeFi protocols. And I think, with Korea's adoption into crypto, there's going to be a lot more of this. And then in my opinion, it might possibly be the hub of Asia in terms of like DeFi usage if it catches on in terms of like centralized exchange relationship. So yeah, I'm mega bullish.
Kaia Swap got deployed on Kaia chain smoothly, and the reason why we're bullish is because we think like Kaia chain naturally adopted a huge user base from Kakao, and after the merge with Line, it's going to be like much better based on the previous user base. And this is rare to see that there's an ecosystem that's naturally born with like a huge user base and fundamental. So that's one reason. And I think for me, it can definitely probably replicate the success that achieved by Tong ecosystem and Telegram. It's a second version of Telegram. And for the team, I think because we know every success lies in a great team. The team is very organized from my point of view, and your dedication, your expertise really stand out, and also the communication is good, especially when some misunderstanding occurs. So it's all good.
Yeah, I hope Kaia does really well too, putting in a lot of effort. Moving on to the next question, it's more of a macro-ish question. So with the US presidential election and prospects for interest rate cuts just around the corner, how would you describe the current overall sentiment towards crypto? And what's your outlook for the remainder of 2024 and 2025?
I'm constantly bullish. I mean, I'm working 24/7 in this industry, so I'm always pushing for it, and mostly not so much for the price action, but for the tech and what we can ship. So you get, recently maybe we've all felt a bit more okay, it's slower, nothing that's exciting, etc. A lot's getting driven by the US election. I don't know if it's good or bad. Ideally, we don't need every 4 years to get the US election to be a catalyst, but overall, somehow, whether we like it or not, half the crypto appeal is still kind of speculation-based. And US election here this time is very economically driven, like cut rates, whatever. I'm no macro trader. So sadly, we might have to wait a bit for more clarity there. But I mean, you've still shipped Kaia way before this. You still work on this. So it's overall, as long as you commit and ship good stuff, it might not pay out next month. You might have to wait XYZ event outside of your control. But overall, you should get ready. Because, I mean, last cycle, the whole we had so many people coming on chain. Most of the stuff broke because it was not ready. We've learned a lot from there. We'll have other occasions to get like hundreds of thousands of new users. So I think just get ready, and I mean overall always bullish, and yeah, hopefully we just decorrelate from the like traditional US election cycle.
I'm like Mark, I'm always bullish because if you compare crypto now to maybe 4 years ago, if there was an economic like crash, everyone would be gone. But you know, people are still building right now. Just people attending events. I think it's pretty exciting compared to like a couple years ago. I mean, before when BTC crashed, like everybody really freaking out, like, oh, it's over. But nowadays, people are like, you know, BTC crashed, oh, just you know, time to ape in and all that kind of stuff. So I think there is improvement. And on top of that, even if there's a cycle or a presidential elections, crypto has evolved. There's prediction markets looking to bet on that kind of stuff, which you didn't see before. So I think there are huge improvements, and I think I'm going to be bullish because comparing to a couple years ago, it's much, much more positive, and there's tons of smart people coming in.
For me, bullish for sure because I've been in crypto full time for 7 years. I'm a Bitcoin maxi as well. So my opinion is not much of a reference. Yeah, definitely bullish. But overall, in general, the market goes up and down as always, and we can find that with more trading firms engaged with the pension, engaged the ETF, and yeah, we cannot see that a huge volatile of this market. The fluctuation rate is getting lower, also for the builders side, it's definitely a tough time for builders because in the past like a year or past a half a year, the VC I think 50% of VC don't perform that well. So it's for us, especially for builders, it's getting harder for us to raise funds from the market, from VCs. But for us, I think if we want to keep doing the same thing, we do whatever is within our capability. Yeah.
All right, guys, thank you. Last question now. So this low float, high FDV meta has made it challenging for retail investors to profit in the cycle. What are some strategies that could help attract and benefit retail investors? Because honestly, in this cycle, I don't, personal view, but I don't see retails entering that much when you compare it to the previous cycle.
I mean, they entered, but they entered the meme coin arena because, I mean, whether it's pump.fun, sun.fun, or whatever the name is on Tron, it's all about exactly like, is there insiders? What's the float? What's the potential upside? Like all speculation based. My single advice would be don't overraise. And this cycle, I think, last cycle was true. This cycle is even truer. You end up, if you're a builder, if you're like a founder, it can feel needed to raise as much as possible or the highest valuation possible. But overall, you should do your best to like raise as minimum as possible. Like minimal survival, like get you 3-4 years of runway and launch from there. Don't try to get 100 years of runway, because anyway, who knows where we'll be in 100 years, but single advice, don't overraise. And we've seen many big projects, like, don't want to even name names, but big project, very promising, that like requires lots of funding, are still like raising at billions of valuation. In even private market or public market end up trading below valuation or last round. In here, I mean, we're actually founders, teams are doing a disservice to themselves and to the ecosystem, because now all the VC, and back to the Izumi point, like it's harder to raise because actually so many VCs are now like shipping or launching a liquid arm. Like they don't want to VC anymore. They want to find a great liquid play. Okay, this protocol's used, it makes revenue, I'll invest there. So advice, don't raise too much, ship it and optimize for more like growth, because after your community, whether we like it or not, it's very price action based. If your token go up, you'll build like a forever community. Like, okay, this project made me rich, so yeah, don't overraise.
I agree with what Mark said. What I think is low float, high FDV projects, for the most part, that aren't memes, are pretty much dead in this kind of going in the future, because I think people are, like Mark mentioned, are tired of getting dumped on by like VCs. But more importantly, I think we are heading towards a more mature kind of ecosystem where projects better be making revenue or people aren't going to invest. I think meme coins are kind of like kind of on the extreme where it doesn't really matter because they're kind of honest, right? You know, they're out there. People like trading because they like it. They're trading it because they want to be part of the culture, all that kind of stuff. So it's a bit different in terms of meme coins. But I think, you know, the ecosystem, the people who buy into crypto and DeFi are maturing. I think that's a great thing. I think if you have that, you know, that's how you can move the next step in crypto and have more, you know, properly revenue generating projects coming in. And, you know, hopefully, you know, more, like Jason mentioned, more real world assets coming in to even expand and bring in more users.
Yeah, I think for me, because what you invest really based on what is your ticket size, what's your budget for every trade. So for me, I'm a Bitcoin maxi, Ethereum maxi, Kaia maxi, so I only hold these 3 coins in my position. And I build based on what I come from, what I believe in. So, but for most of the retail users, I think if your ticket size is an NFA first, so if your ticket size is less than like 5K, you have to chase the meme trend, because like we all know that for a lot of centralized exchanges as becoming a dumping place for VC coins, and it's very hard for like retail to get these tokens at a lower price than those who with much of the resources. So there's a way out. That's also the reason why pump fund is becoming the most profitable projects in this cycle. They made like 100 million, for this cycle, for this year. I think that is also because there's so many retail users who believe in like meme can really like, they want to engage in this culture and believe meme could be their best investment portfolio. Yeah.
Right, yeah. I do think to a certain extent, most crypto are memes. No utility whatsoever. Sorry if that was harsh. But yeah, so so this cycle where we've been seeing VCs entering deals with a very, very low FDV and dumping on retail definitely does not help grow this ecosystem. And high FDVs, obviously, if capital doesn't enter within the next few years, that cannot be sustainable. And I hope, like in the future, when we actually build DeFi as builders all together, we make a more sustainable environment, make a more safe environment for investors to invest, because DeFi is permissionless, everybody can access it. And I guess it's our duty to make a good product and scale it so everybody can use it around the world. Yep.
That was a good ending. Everything's a meme, that's a good ending.
I like that too. That was good.
여기에서 이제 패널 토론.
Thank you very much. With this, we will conclude the panel discussion.
다시 한번 뜨거운 박수 보내주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 카이아.
So with this, we will be wrapping up the second day of Kaia Square Lounge 2024. I would like to thank you all for your continued participation and support. Thank you all online and offline participants for your enthusiasm and participation. So with this, we will end the live streaming. And as for the in-person participants, please make sure to leave the receivers at your seat so that we can collect it later on. And from 7 p.m., we will be enjoying the networking night. And I would like to ask all you to please go outside while we rearrange this venue for a fun night. And if you enter or if you exit the reception, you will have to re-register again. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening.
감사합니다.